Oh, everyone is there? Shall we start? Okay, good morning, you all. Thank you very much.
Let's wait for some more people to join. I think we have to start at 10. Let's see if people are
I think we should wait for another 5 minutes.
We'll wait. No worries.
We should start or we should wait for someone else? Okay, now let's start with the session. Good morning, all of you. Welcome you to the W3 platform for today's training session on internal audit. My name is Sayyid Shiraz. I will be your presenter for this whole session. Along with me, Mr. Ajay Naik is there. I think you are seeing on your chat screen. So two person are there for this whole presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Shahid for the W3 solution. He will provide you some insights of the W3 solution.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. And welcome to our small event where we are trying to put some light on internal audit. Yeah. So we can start with our introduction about the company. Mamta, can you go to the slides now? If you can. So I'll just talk a bit about W3 Solutions, what kind of activities we do, and then training session will be taken over by Mr. Syed and Mr. Ajay. So Mr. Ajay, if you can give us a brief introduction of yours before we'll move ahead with the company introduction.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. Hopefully all are doing well and are being vaccinated. My name is Ajay Naik. I am a graduate mechanical engineer with 35 years of experience. I am certified lead auditor, IRCA certified lead auditor in 9001, 14001, 45001, and lead advisor in food safety management, compliance management, information security management, etc. I am also certified Six Sigma Black Belt. I have provided around 1,500 plus IRCA and non-IRCA training programs all over Middle East and India. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll start about the company introduction. Basically, W3 Solutions involved in the different activities. We are in the market from last 16 plus years, mainly working on the management system certifications and providing trainings related to the management system. We have assessment of business reputation. This is our customized service if you want to analyze your business and how your business reputation in the market. So we can design the program and conduct assessment and do market research and then provide you insight how your company is standing in the market. Then we do provide services related to the certification of products and other customized services which include if your company is interested in working in the European market, we can assist to link you up with the customers there, obtaining the relevant approvals, and other expertise we have is related to the lean expertise where we can do the assessment of your organization, we can do the cost reduction, production increase, or service increase as well. Can we go to the next slide? This is the approval that we have. We have a few accreditations under IAS, which is American accreditation, and IAS is basically part of APAC, Asian Pacific accreditation. And other than that, for the trainings, we have IOSH and exemplar global approvals. Next slide. And in this slide, you will see few of the management system standards against which we are providing the certification services. So our services pertaining to these standards include the pre-assessments where we can do a gap assessment and provide you insight that what are the deficiencies that you need to cover before you will go a formal stage 1 or stage 2 or certification audit and get the certifications. We can provide you assistance in terms of API spec Q1 Q2 as well, and ISO TS 29001, which is basically a standard for oil and gas field quality management system. And these are the lead auditor trainings and internal audit trainings we provide. We cover almost all the applied or the most regular standards which is utilized in the industry, different industries. End of the session, we'll be sharing with all of you this slides as well for your ready reference afterwards. So you can have a look if you have any requirements related to these standards. You can come to us or reach our sales department so they can assist you in for your requirements. Other trainings that we have available, and again, you will have all the list ready after the training course completion. So now Mr. Syed and Mr. Ajay will take over
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
leave the stage, and it's up to them how they're gonna give you the training and how they will add to your experience and make this event joyful and getting some learning and expertise out of that. Thank you so much,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Shahid. I would like to introduce myself also. I'm a lead auditor qualified for the quality management system, environment, health safety, and food safety management system. With more than 15 years of experience from different industries, mostly from automotive, qualified auditor, consultant, advisor, and a business developer. So it's from my side. Let's start with the session. Regarding the session, I will let you know about how much time it takes. It's a total 5 hours course. In between them, from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., we will take a short break. Or people who like to go for lunch or the prayer, they can leave at 1 and resume at 2 p.m. After 2 to 3, we will be conducting a Q&A session with the candidates. Means whatever you have questions, you can ask with us. Okay, I assume all of the candidates are there and they are listening. Okay, let's start with the course title. It's an internal audit training. The purpose of this course will let you know that because as an external auditor, my experiences I would like to share. First, what are the things we face during these audits for any of the management system standard, either it is quality or health, safety, or environment. Most of the employees doing the external audit, they don't know what is the importance of this internal audit, what things should required to conduct the internal audit, their competency level, or how they will conduct the audit, and look for the proper SOPs, procedures, work instructions, and what requirements and against what standards and the policies or the legal requirements they can raise the non-conformity or the non-compliance. So what we thought is their knowledge, we should want them to increase their knowledge, and this course should provide to that level so that they can easily perform the internal audit with all those knowledge and abilities. The aim of this course is to provide delegates with the knowledge and the skills required to perform audits in accordance with ISO 19011-2018. Actually, this course we have designed as per the standards and the guidelines of 19011-2018. Maybe most of you have learned this ISO 19011-2018. It's actually a standard for the auditors, how they will perform and how they will execute the program with their attributes or the behavior, attitude, and the competency levels. Mamta, could you please move on to the next slide? Okay. After this course, we will be issuing certificates, but first you have to send us your requirement to our email ID. That is a contact@wcsolutions.com. That is a sample certificate is there for your internal audit training. If you wish to acquire this certificate, okay, then you can send us an inquiry with your company details, with your name, with your contact numbers, and means the reason of obtaining this certificate is one of the most important things. Why become a certified auditor? 4 things we have find it out, like a formal recognition of competencies, improve your career prospects, be able to earn higher, pave way for continued professional development. As an auditor, what we believe and what we saw, most of the candidates and most of the employees of the organizations, they got recognitions on every level, like if they are handling a top management or they are going for the QHSE or any other departments. So anyway at all, they are getting recognitions from the organizations. So if you are an internal auditor, this is a very it will boost up your knowledge also, it will increase your career growth also. So many things you can improve with this certification. Mamta, please. Okay, let's start with the internal audit course training. What is the purpose of this internal audit? The points are there. To examine the system for improvements, to determine compliance or non-compliance with the requirements of the standard or an requirements. And to to make a certification decision. Okay, so actually how we are conducting the audit, it's against the requirements of the management system. So management system is either quality, health, safety, environment, energy. So it's management system because ISO have established approximately more than 22,000 standards. So you can, basis on this management system, you can have an internal audit properly. But first, keep in your mind that you have to take the knowledge of ISO 19011 also, and the requirements, legal requirements, and your company policies and the customer requirements. Okay, sir? And we can move to this audit objectives. Okay, I would like to also inform you that if anybody is having your questions or the queries, you can wave your hand or you can note it down in somewhere so that we can have a conversation after 2 p.m. In between 2 to 3. So that will be much, because the candidates are more, so we cannot proceed each and everyone's questions and we can give answers, so it takes time. So it's better to note it down somewhere so that you can have a look on your questions. Okay, audit, the previous one. What is the purpose of this audit? What the aim of this audit objective? Audit. Determination of the conformity of the client's management system or parts of it with audit criteria. Okay, first we have to understand what is the audit criteria. I will let you know about the audit. Audit itself is to find an objective evidence against the requirements. First you have to understand what the audit really is. When you are going for an audit, or any of your employees, like if you are internal audit team leader or the lead auditor of your certification body, because this whole course covers both in terms of internal as well as in external. So when you are going for a certain process of a certain section or the department, so you should know what your audit criteria is. So audit criteria is basically a standard which the company has provided you against the management system which they are qualified. Like it will be quality management or the health and safety or the environment. Okay, that is one of the criteria. The second one is your legal and regulatory requirements which you are obliged to perform. Okay, and the third one is your customer's requirement. Okay, maybe your customers have some other legal requirements which he wants you to qualify for that. So with these all information, it becomes the audit criteria and you can perform your audit accordingly. The second one is the ability of the management system to ensure the organization meets applicable statutory requirements that we have already discussed. Evaluation of the effectiveness of the management system. How you can effectively perform the internal audit, how you can see your management system is running very fine, like companies making growths in their profitability, and the non-conformities which you are facing is become very less, or the customer complaint is become very less, or any product deformity has found is become very less. So all counts in the effectiveness of your management system. Okay, the fourth one is the as applicable identification of areas of potential improvement of the management system. Wherever you find during audit, like if you have find anything which is beneficial for the organization and it has a potential growth which can improve your management system, your current management system, you can also note it down, because you have you have the option to identify during the audit. Okay, so we will later on discuss how we can raise the gradings and how we can note it down the objective evidence or the evidences, audit evidences after the audit. Now, what is the audit scope? Audit scope is something is the extent and boundaries of an audit. Like if you are going for an audit and company has appointed you as a team leader, then you have to decide, like if a company is having two kind of products inside their industry or the factory or any premises. So like they say, the product one you have to go for the audit, not the product two, or some processes you can because the audit scope is something like you have the boundaries, like where you can go for the audit. It might be your processes, it might be the work instructions, or it might be the departments, sections, or the product. So you have to create the boundary. Okay, you have to define a scope where you are going for the audit. Yes, Mamta.
Here I would like. Sorry, Mr. Sayyed.
Mr.
I would like. Yeah, I would like to add here that as far as the audit scope is concerned, like Mr. Sayyed has just now told us, that it is a boundaries and extent, but actually it also includes the certification scope. For example, your organization has already been certified according to a particular scope of business, for example. Then scope of the business covers the audit scope. And in that way, whenever we are conducting internal audit, so according to the broader scope of the certificate, which is being given by the certifying body, all engagement interested parties of internal audits, they will conduct the audit in different departments or different functions. Hopefully, I am clear.
Yes,
thank you.
You are right, Mr. J. It's an external audit if you are performing, then that certificate, the scope mentioned in the certificate, it counts as a boundary or the extent, what processes, what products you are defining, or to which you have to perform the audit. The next slide, please, Munta. Okay, the types of the audit. I think most of you is from the organization side, like you are having a second party audit like internal audit, and if any one of you is coming from the certification body, it belongs to external auditing. Okay, so both of you guys are having should have some knowledge about this auditing concepts. So what is written over there is the first party audit. What is the first party audit? Actually, it's an internal audit is which you are performing or which you are learning right now. Okay, like you are employee, means the organization has appointed you to conduct the internal audit of your company. So the audit which you perform is become the first party audit. Okay, the second party audit is the external audit, like mostly the companies or the organizations, their suppliers or the buyers have the requirements to conduct those second party audits, because they want to make sure their investments or the products or the services they are hiring from you or the buying from you should be in good form, in terms of like your management system should be perfect, your documentation should be perfect, so they may not face any mishap or the loss or any sort of thing. So in this way, they want to send their audits or from the other party, and they want to audit your organization or the company. That is for the second party audit. Is usually called the supplier auditing. Okay. Third party audit is basically performed by the certification body mostly, or for the legal regulatory requirements. Like if an organization like want to see themselves how their management system is working, or how they are best in the market, and for the products like improvements or the performance, or maybe because this third party is actually for the certification body, but most of the suppliers or the buyers, they are right nowadays asking for the third party audit also. Like in an organization, their buyer or the supplier, they are asking, if you have the certification, ISO certification, then please provide us. We want to see the scope, and we want to verify your certificate. We want to verify your management system, how you are performing. So third party audit is basically performed by the certification body or the requirements of from the legal and regulatory. Yes, Mamta. Move on to next one.
Just 1 minute. Earlier, if I can. Yes. Earlier slide, please. Earlier slide, please.
Okay, Mamta, earlier slide.
Yeah. Mr. Gurumurthy and Mr. Komal, here I would like to add one more thing, that we all know that our salary is being paid by the customer, not by the finance department or by the accounts department. So if customer is satisfied, we are going to get increment, bonus, and etc., and job security as well. So as far as the audits are concerned, second party audit is the most important audit, where customer ensures that we are complying with the requirements which are being stated by the client. Now, to ensure that certifying body normally, which normally conduct the third party audit, they help the organization to meet the customer requirements. Second party audit normally may include the management system audit, product audit, process audit, and system audit. But as far as third party management system in audit is concerned, it normally talks about the management system audit according to ISO 19011, which we are talking about. And the first party audit is nothing but the audit which is done by the other interested parties of our own organization of another functions. So in short, we are here to satisfy or to delight our customer all the way, all the moments, so that our customer gives us more and more orders. And to get more orders, to keep happy our customers, certifying body like us, we provide the third party audits to you. And in that sense, we also help you for conducting the first party audit. And for that, this particular training is being arranged. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Okay, I believe and hope that you all understand Mr. Ajay's concerns and regarding this first, second, and third party audits. Okay, I can't able to see the chat screen where you are raising your questions or raising your thoughts. So later on we will discuss this after 2. Okay, the auditing types. As we have seen in our previous slides, the first and second and third party audits, and what are the distinguishing features for these audits. Number of parties, entities involved, that is first party we can see is 1, second party is 2, and third party is 2 or 3. So if you are an auditor, so as an internal auditor you are auditing your organization, so of course it's in one organization, there is no such parties are involved. And second party, you are an organization and from your supplier side they are sending someone, so it becomes 2. You will be an auditee and the other one will be an auditor. In case of third party auditing, it might be 2 or 3. Okay, like if your organizations and your certification body is auditing your organizations, or might be some other addition of from your supplier side or from the buyer side, if they want to audit your organization at the same time, so it becomes 3. A nature of audit, as we have discussed earlier also, the first party is become internal, second party is external, and third party also an external. Mutual interest exists, yes, of course. Your organization is very much careful about their internal audit, what is the performance they are performing and what improvements they have made. Second party, again, buyer side, they want to see your performance, and of course their mutual understanding depends on their agreements and the contracts. They want to continue, they don't want to continue. And the third party is no mutual interest. It's but we have seen a lot in third party cases means right now nowadays, because if organizations having those ISO certifications, they are much more involved in their mutual interests. So like if they want to increase their business reputation or market capturing, or the going for the global market competition, so in such cases, yes, there is a mutual interest from the buyer side and from their point of view. The purpose, you can see, to assess whether the management system requirements is effectively identify and areas of potential improvement you have seen. In case of first party. In case of second party, to evaluate the supplier's ability to provide goods, equipment, services, as we have I have told you, I have discussed with you, with the second party's mutual interest, on what basis they will go for the second party audit. And third party, to evaluate compliance with the management system requirements for the purpose of certification. Okay. Now we can move to fifth. Is it a requirement? Yes, of course. In case of first party, as per clause 9.2 of 9001/2015, again we can see the standards here. Yes, as per clause 842 of 9001-2015. I think most of you is aware of this standard. 9001-2015 is a quality management system standard. Okay, where you can see those clauses. This explanation is over there. Okay, for the in case of third party, voluntary eliminates the needs of second party audits. Sixth one is the audit requirement criteria. The distinguisher feature is one of them. As per management system requirement, okay, what your management systems required as an internal audit when you are conducting. Okay, what criteria you have mentioned over there. You have decided, like if you are going for your quality management system requirements, if you are going for environment, health, safety, your legal requirements and your customer requirements. So three of them you can choose and you can go for the audit requirement and the criteria. Second one is become the same as per management system requirements and the specific requirements of the customer. As Mr. Ajay have already described you, the purpose of the second party audit, in those audits buyers want to audit your processes, your work instructions, how you are going, how you are purchasing, how you are implementing, how you are producing, how you are monitoring, what is your QS QC procedure sets, and how you are expecting the product during the production or during the delivery, during the procurement. So they want to make sure that you are complying all the requirements as what they have agreed or what they have contracted with you. Third party requirements are the management system requirements. It's totally different. You have to take only your management system, mostly when we are conducting for any such organizations who required like certification in ISO 9001-2015. So we go through with the whole standard. We are not going beyond that standard. Yes, we required the compliance beyond that, but as per the requirements of the standard, what is stated from the clause 4 till 10. So we conduct audit with those requirements. Okay, ma'am. I believe you have understand all those points. Yes, Mamta. Move on to Mr. Ajay. You want to add something?
Just earlier slide, I want to add. As Mr. Syed has just now explained nicely, all of us, I am just interested to add only one thing in the serial number 6, audit requirement criteria. In the second party audit, as per management system requirement. So normally, as he already stated, that the customer is going to conduct the audit in this phase of second party audit of its suppliers. Certainly, customer is looking for cost reduction from any organization, so that he will be interested to not develop any more competitors for our organization and to give repeat orders and to new order inquiries of new product development to our own organization. In that scenario, it is the responsibility of our own organization that we exercise such process control in our organization that our customer gets happy and get confidence that yes, we are the only whole and sole supplier of our customer. So in short, in second party audit, when customer comes to our organization, his perspective is that how you can reduce his ultimately your cost of the process, cost of the product. As far as the first party audit is concerned, we have to evaluate ourselves that whether we withstanding and we are ready for the second party audit and for the third party audit. And as far as the third party audit is concerned, it takes care of product, process and system, everything to ensure and to certify as a third party that yes, if your customer is happy, it is good. If your customer has given you some customer complaints, then there are the areas of improvement and you have to apply these systematic tools like PDCA or FMEA or SPCA, etc., etc. This is what I wanted to tell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. Yes, ma'am. Move on to next slide. Okay, these are the 6 principles of the auditing which we have taken from the standards from ISO 9011-2018. The integrity, fair presentation, due professional care, and other 3 on the next slides. Okay, the first one is integrity. Integrity is the foundation of professionalism. Then as an auditor, you should have some ability to perform the means go for the professionalism part. Means it's your how professional you are, how what as a team leader or the team member of the audit team, you should care your means look after those professionalism part, like conducting an audit on a professional way, not showing any biasness or the partiality during the audit. It should be unbiased and impartial. Fair presentation, the obligation to report truthfully and accurately whatever you have audited, whatever you have seen physically, or whatever you have documented, found the evidences or the things over there at the site during the audit. So write it truthfully and accurately. Due professional care, the application of diligence and judgment in auditing. Okay, so you should have again the professional part is also there. Okay, so when you are going for an audit and you are saying something which is totally rely on your decision making, so you should apply the go for the diligence and the judgment, where you are judging the auditing things during the audit and the process. Mr. Ajay, you want to add something, sir?
Yeah, I would like to add over here, Mr. Said, in the third, due professional care. In this professional care, we have to be only pure professional, and we should understand in our mind, and we should convince the auditee that it is the audit of the system, audit of the process, or audit of the product. It is not the audit of a person. So if a XYZ internal auditee or any auditee is getting embraced or feeling something insulted, we should support him and convince him that please don't get disheartened. It is not the audit of yours. It is the audit of the system or the process or the product. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Mamta, could you please move on to next slide, please? Confidentiality. When you are conducting an audit or opening a meeting with your top management, because it's same like the procedure what we are following as an external audit, you should have to perform the same procedure as an internal audit also. As an auditor or the team member or the team leader, the information which you gather during the audit, like it might be is a physical audit evidences or the documentation part or the interview or anything. So whatever you are writing, whatever you are documenting or whatever you are observing, it all should be confidential. So you have to make sure with your top management that it should not be disclosed to any of the outside party, and you have to maintain all those confidentiality part. The fifth one is the independence. Again, the basis for the impartiality of the audit and the objectivity of the audit conclusions. Okay, so you should be unbiased, impartial during the audit. Not somebody is forcing you that maybe you will find a friend over there during auditing a section or the department, and he says that, okay buddy, I don't want to share with you, you are on my side or something like that. So you have to show them that you are independent and you are impartial and unbiased. In this way, you can perform an audit and show your company that what are the weak areas or the employees are having lackness or the shortfalls or the any sort of gaps, identify and share with your organization, and it's also a basis for the improvement. The sixth one is the evidence-based approach. Keep your audit should be evidence-based. Whatever you are seeing, okay, whatever you are raising an audit finding, have some evidences. Like if I am auditing and seeing something their non-conformity during the process, like employees are not performing that much, and like the procedure or the workstation says something, and they are implementing and performing something else. So whatever you are raising an audit finding should have some evidence. Okay, what is written over there? The rational method for reaching reliable and reproducible audit conclusions in a systematic audit process. So you are reaching some sort of conclusion. So your evidences shows the conclusion, a systematic audit process. Mr. Ajay, you want to add something?
Yeah, I would like to add only one thing. Already you have covered everything. In this sixth principle, evidence-based approach as an internal auditor, we should ensure that whatever evidence is available or observation is there on the day of the audit, is that the evidence. If the auditee says that I will give you evidence tomorrow, I have already done it, I will show you tomorrow or after 1 month or after 3,000 years, it is not going to help. We should ensure that whatever evidence is available or not available, whatever we are asking according to the requirement of the particular standard, either 9000, 14, 45, 22 or 22301, 27001, whatever. So whatever evidence is available on the day of the audit, at the time of the audit, by the auditee is the evidence. If it is not available, means it is not available, though it is an internal audit. Because unless and until we will be strict enough in internal audit, we are going to face troubles in the customer audit as well as in the third-party audits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. Yes, Mamta, move on to the next slide, please. Okay. These are the points, or these are the main facts what the auditor should have, the personality wise, or he should or she should perform. Like, once you are selected as an auditor, you should have those qualities, you should have those knowledge, abilities. What we have described here in the slide, it's an auditor should have the knowledge to be shown to by auditors. What knowledge you have? Evaluation process, environmental aspects, impacts. So we have taken some things here from the standards, like when you are going for an audit as a team member, and not the team leader, like team leader have appointed you for auditing some section or the department where you are going for an audit, you should have the knowledge or the process knowledge, and the department which you are going for an audit, you should be aware of. Like if somebody is sending you going for the HR department, and you belongs to some operational sites, and you are working in the production or the some sort of any other process which you don't have such much knowledge about the HR, then you straightforwardly said to your team leader, then sir, I don't have that much information. Yes, it takes time for you to have some knowledge regarding the HR processes, how they are hiring, how they have making agreements, what is the code of conducts, what of the code of ethics, or what trainings they are providing. And because once you have those knowledge regarding the HR processes, then you can able to identify things over there. You can write it down, your evidences, you can write it down, means thoroughly you can audit the process or the section or the department. The second thing is the industry specific knowledge, local language, domain, enterprise, legal requirements specific to the auditee. As I said, people are facing also language barriers are there. Like if any somebody is from the HR, from the admin, on the top management, he has been selected for the audit on the client side, and client side you will find some laborers over there, your laborers, because your internal audit is going on, and you can interview with them, but they don't know about that, means they are not aware of your conversation or the language barrier, some things are there, so it's difficult for you. Okay. And because most of the industry having laborers, they don't speak English, they don't speak other languages fluently, they can speak their own mother tongue, means like from other places, so it's difficult from them. So language barrier is also counts, and other things which includes like skills of an auditor, ability to interact effectively, your look, your dressing, your way of talking, your communication skills, how you are presenting yourself, all those things counts during an audit. So we suggest you, all of you, if you are conducting your organizational internal audit, so you should have all those qualities. And from this day onwards, I think Mr. Ajay also means he also says yes, as per my knowledge, that what we have seen a lot during external audit, people are very much careless in their attitude, in their communication, and in their look. So we suggest you to have some good dressing and have some good communication skills, your presentation. So in this way, if any chance comes, or if you have been selected for the certification body, then with those kind of skills and communication abilities, you can because they will hire you as an external audit also. So you must have those skills as an auditor. Ability to interact effectively, asking right questions to right people to get right answers, be a good listener, right interpretation and right recording. As an auditor, you should have those qualities. You should be a good listener, not a deliverer. Like if you are delivering from the morning till evening is not good at all. Maybe the other side or the people, the auditee can't able to understand what you are saying, what you are expressing, or what things you are looking for. So you must know that you must have to get some information from them also. So you should be an open-minded person, not a closed person. Like if I say something, then you have to oblige, then the auditee has to perform, not like that. So you have to listen them also, what they are saying, and maybe it will clear your thoughts or clear your findings. The fourth one is the desired personal characteristics of auditors. It should, or she should be ethical, diplomatic, perceptive, tenacious, self-reliant, open-minded, observant, versatile, decisive, professional, morally courageous, and organized. In all of them, I believe organized is the best part, what I have seen as an external auditor. If you are not organized from the beginning till the end, then all your things are messed up. So you should be organized when you are conducting an audit. Diplomatic in a sense, like because in some areas you should means you have to be diplomatic when you are auditing any section or the department or interviewing with someone else. Like there is a confusion that you can't able to find out what is going on how they are performing their according to the processes what they have defined in their procedures. So in this case, what the diplomatic part comes is the questions, how keen you are asking, how clever you are asking with them, and things you are able to find out during the audit. And once you find out things, your answers, then it counts. It counts your auditing, audit reports and everything. As I said, you have to be open-minded and as well as ethical and versatile, decisive. Mr. Ajay, you want to add something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Said. You already covered almost all the things. Here I would like to add that when we are conducting internal audit, we should always have in our back of mind that we are here to represent the top management in such a way that our organization becomes more practical in such a way that we are able to improve the profitability of the organization. And in that fashion, as an auditor, we are the catalyst between the problem and the solution. Problem is nothing but the non-compliance, which as an internal auditor, we are going to identify, and the solution, which the particular departmental person is going to give you as a corrective action or a correction, whatever. So as an auditor, we are going to play as a catalyst between the loss and the profit, or the non-conformity and the solution, or the corrective action. So always we, as Mr. Syed has told, we have to be professional, we have to be knowledgeable, we have to be diplomatic, and we have to be more legitimate in such a way that as being a good listener, we can observe and listen. And if possible, we can raise questions as well as our non-conformity report in such a way that it helps the department, it helps the departmental head to reduce their issues or concerns. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. Yes, Mamta. Okay.
Mr. Gurumurthy wants to ask some question, I think.
Yes, Mr. Yes, sir. Mic. Can you please open the mic of Mr.
Gurumurthy?
Or if you can write it down in the chat box, we can, Mr. Ajay can see your question.
Yeah. Yeah, you continue, Mr. Said.
Okay. Later on we will discuss, no issues.
Yeah.
This is the types of members, or you can say the audit team members, which usually external point of view or the internal point of view people are taking or people are attending over there during the meeting, opening and closing, and during the audit. So it's the first one is the audit team leader, who is conducting the audit or who is leading the team. Auditors is the audit team members along with the audit team leader. If your auditors are not that much qualified, or maybe they have some qualifications regarding the communications, or they have some other skills, they are very sharp, but they don't have that much technical knowledge, or the industry requires like some sort of processes where the auditors are not capable to identify things over there, or they have very less knowledge, or because most of the industries are very complex scenarios or the processes are there. So they will take external technical expert. So I'm talking about regarding the external audit, not the internal one. Or even if as an internal audit you are being selected and to conduct the production department or any department which we don't have the knowledge, so you can take a technical expert with you, like from the production department or from any other processes which you think that this person is having such knowledge that he can identify things over there. So you can take those persons with you. So a technical expert is having process knowledge or the expertise and the qualifications and the professional qualifications. Guides is actually someone who can guide you, because most of the sites are like if you are visiting a construction site, or means you came from the head office and you want to take an audit of your company, and the company is performing an activities on the construction site, you can take a guide with you, because in most cases where some processes required some guides, you don't have an idea how you can reach over there, or what are the necessary things you have to wear. Like in construction site, we should have to wear PPEs like helmets or the jackets, reflecting jackets, or the shoes, and we have to comply all those things, like on which time, on which areas we should have to avoid and we have to go. So you should need a guide. And auditor in training, like as an external point of view or internal also, if somebody you think that the newly appointed guy is capable for handling future audits, so you can hire them and you can bring them on the in your auditing team as an auditor in training. Okay. What are the observers? And in certification audit, like for external party audit, we mostly hire observers as a initial stage for auditor registration. So mostly because all the certification bodies, they have their procedures they have to follow. Like first instance, like if they are hiring any auditors from outside, so they first send them as an observers for to perform audits over there. Observer in a sense, he can observe audits only. He cannot note down anything. He cannot give any opinions or not give any suggestions during audit or the opening and closing meeting. So he should be an observer, and his observations will be noted down by the audit team leader and other auditors. So that's why the post is called as an observer. And auditee is where you are going for an audit, the organizations or the section or the department, and the process owners where you are going for an audit. So they are called as an auditee. Mr. Ajay, you want to add something?
No, it's all.
Okay. Move on to next slide, please. As I said earlier, communication part is a main important thing, and all the means if you are an auditor, you should have those communication skills with you, and if not, then try to improve yourself, try to communicate people as much as possible, listen to them and what they said, and give your ideas, and your personality should be open-minded, not the closed one. Okay, when we describing this communication skills, being able to listen, question, discuss and relate to auditees and other audit team members in order to be able to both clearly express concepts and considerations of quality management in an audit scenario, as well as to allow the auditee to be encouraged to provide positive flow of evidence in the audit. So it all depends on your communication skills, how you are communicating the auditee, okay, and on how you are communicating with your audit team members also is also a very important part during the audit, because if communication is not good enough, then your whole audit is become useless. And because if your audit team members is not communicating with you, that we have find out these audit findings during the audit, or like end of the day they are not communicating with you with any such information, or any such hurdles or the obstacles they are having during the audit. So it's become very bad impression, or you can say is very dangerous for you. So as a team leader, you should have a good communication skill. As a team member also, you should have some good communication skills. Okay, sir. Situational control abilities and crisis management skills. During the audit, maybe I think I don't have that much experiences with my external audits when I perform an external audits during the certification bodies period. Okay, controls like what is written over there is being able to manage the audit scene with management of company under audit, particularly if the audit team encounter difficult auditee conduct, deliberate time wasting, missing personal, argumentative individual. If you think that like if my experience says that if I audited any company and some situation is there that in opening meeting management representative is not there or somebody else is there, and the other person said that management representative takes time, sir, he's in some other meeting, so means they are not caring for such audits. So their interest shows they are deliberately wasting time. So and to control such situations, so you have to means your ability to handle such situations, like yes, we will continue the audit, whoever it is, so we please provide those documents, or provide those procedures, or is your company section or the department is ready for the audit. So confirm all those things with you, so that your audit should be performed accordingly with a given time, and you should have those skills in your personality, where you can take the decision at the same time, not to waste time and discuss things like that your MR is not there and other persons are not there in the departments. So things like that. Opening meeting is probably the first opportunity for the audit team to begin to break down on psychological barriers. The opening meeting is very important to the future success of the audit activity. Why the opening meeting is important? If I say that if you are going planning an audit, and because the first part of conducting an audit is the opening meeting, where all the top management forum is there, and your CEOs or the managing directors or the managers are there, department heads. They should know what you are looking for actually. They should know the importance of internal audit. They should know that you are going for a thorough audit and looking for the improvements in your management system. So with this scenario, then opening meeting is the most important part in all those audit, and where you discuss things over there and introduce yourself, introduce your internal audit techniques, and how you're going to raise your audit findings, and who are your team members, and what they are qualified with, and which processes as section or the departments they are going to audit, and means your management concerns. And once you complete your briefing and everything, then you have to listen to them also. What is your concerns, like if you want to audit or skip any department, you want to continue department after in second half or the first half, maybe some peoples are not there, maybe some peoples are there, and maybe some processes they have stopped due to some other regulatory things or legal requirements. So everything should be discussed in the opening meeting. It's a ice breaking sort of things. Okay, audit questioning. An auditor asks questions to gather information that will demonstrate the extent of conformance with the specified requirements. The way that an auditor asks these questions will not only determine the ease with which the audit proceeds, but will also establish the auditor-auditee relationship and psychology between them. Okay, what is written over there? Because questioning is also is a major part in audit. So you ask question, and auditee will give you the answer, but your question should be precise, or should be like you want to be the question to be descriptive, or it depends on all your audit questioning. It will demonstrate your clarification for the audit to be performed, or in auditee point of view, their answer should be types of things we will type of questions we will learn in the next slides. Just a second, Mr. Ajay, you want to add?
Just a minute. Yeah. There is a question from this. I think Miss Jose Morelio.
Okay.
The question is, based on my experience in a government controlled institution, the auditees are hesitant to ask questions for fear of work-related job retaliation. In this case, how can we encourage free flow of communication? Very good question. Salute to you, Jose. In addition to Mr. Said, what he has explained already in communication skills, we would like to add over here that as an internal auditor or as an external auditor, it is the responsibility of the auditor to give free hand to the auditee and to release their stress, all of them, either in the opening meeting or during the audit, during site walk or factory walk, whatever, or office walk, that please feel free to ask questions if any doubt after my audit is over, or after my questioning is over, or whenever the auditor is comfortable. So feel free, all the auditees, and in that way, there should not be any fear of job retaliation or something like that. These words can be used if provided it is applicable in the internal audit as well as the external audit or customer audit, depending upon the situation. And then the auditees or the departmental people should be promoted to ask more and more questions. That is what my take on this. Mr. Said, what would you like to add?
Yes, of course. That's the part we, as an external auditor, we usually say during the meeting, during the opening meeting, then auditee has a right to ask questions. Auditee has a right to ask anything, like what they have doubt, and they might ask what kind of where the audit finding you have find it out from, where it is written over there, like the standards you are following, or what is the legal requirements, and what needs to be like performed. Anything they can ask you during the audit. It is their right. Am I right, Mr. Ajay?
You are right, Mr. Said, but the question is, normally people get fear that how can we ask? If we ask, that company will remove me, or they will feel that he doesn't know this also. That is what I think.
Yeah, that's internal point of view. That's internal audit. Like we cannot say that it all depends on the top management thinking, what they are thinking, like if they are going to pressurize someone, or they have some plans to remove that person. And it's totally depend on the company what they are working for. So we can't say, but hopefully because we have seen in many cases, like during the opening meeting, the employees are very much having some stress, and we feel when we feel that this employee is particularly stressed, then we also clarify to the top management, sir, please don't take actions against your employees, because in such a way that then the next time he will not perform the audit or internal audit in a much better way. So top management should avoid those kind of practices when they are handling such audits.
Next slide, please.
Okay. These are the type of questions auditor has to ask during the audit. Open questions, that is your questions should be like not rely on the yes and no answers. Like if you are saying, either you can say yes or no. So avoid those kind of questions. Your question should be open. So it's like what you suggest, what you say, and what do you think, things like that. Closed questions like if yes, of course, is an opposite of open. So it's deliberately if I'm asking that please answer me yes or no. So where you can say a closed questions, clarifying your question itself is clarifying something, that your answer should have some your clarification regarding the clarifying questions. Leading questions like itself is describing where the question leads or where the answer leads. Like you want to find it out something and you are asking the questions indirectly to the auditee, and which leads to your audit evidence or the audit findings which you are looking for particularly. Antagonistics is basically an against, is the meaning of against. Keep avoiding those kind of against questions which mostly I have seen with my colleagues and newly appointed auditors. They usually ask why you have not do these things, or why you are doing something else and your process says something else. Because as an auditor, me and Mr. Ajay's experience, we should be open-minded. So whatever he says, whatever you have seen, just write it down and noted it down. You cannot give your opinion on the processes, you cannot give your opinion on the things which you have observed over there, or you cannot say that you are right or you are wrong. So it's your actions or your communication counts at the end of the day. Silence means you have asked something else and they have not understanding because of the language barrier, or because of their less knowledge, or because of their less competency level. Maybe you are asking a labor to what is your policy and what is your objective. So he might don't know what you are asking. So his answer will be maybe a silent because he gone to a silent mood. So it's like that. Mr. Ajay, you want to add something, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Said. You clearly explained all these things. Now there are these six types of questions Mr. Said already discussed with all of us. I would give some added advantage or added type of examples. We all know 5W1H: what, when, where, how, etc. So these 5W1H are the real friends of an auditor, either as an internal auditor or as an external auditor, as a customer coming to audit our organization. So if we ask open questions, what is your name? He will tell my name is Syed Bukhari. But this will not give any another information which might be having in our mind. So open question should be in such a way that it should link to the leading question. And how do you do? So when the how do you do, the answer is expected to be long enough. I do this, I do this. Where are you working? In which departments you are working? Which are the different activities? So the more the auditee will answer, more questions may arise or may be identified or picked from regular answer. So using 5W1H, normally the auditor should ask and emphasize in such a way that ultimately the only one question, if we get more information, that is the skill of an auditor. That is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. Okay, that's a common type of communications during the audit, which we usually seen. It's a confusion. If the auditee does not understand the questions, they will not be able to answer them. It's sentence itself says they means the question that you are asking is should have some point of view, like some leading, as we have discussed in earlier slide. So if the auditee does not understand the questions, they will not be able to answer them. It's all depends on your communication and what words you are using, what as according to the process, what you have find it out over there, and it all means the person you are facing over there, his knowledge and his skills. Like if someone is standing over there, he does not belong to HSE department, and you ask something which is not related to his job designations or the working ability, so it might create a confusion. Disjointed communication. If the auditee is encouraged to answer yes or no, the auditor will learn little about the extent of the auditee's misunderstanding. As in the sentence itself says, if the auditee is encouraged to answer yes or no, means you are looking for the yes and no answer from the auditee itself, or if the auditee is encouraged to answer yes or no, means because in some cases as an external experience, because if I ask somebody and during the audit, the process owner, he says that no sir, we are not doing like that. Yes sir, we are doing this much work. Yes sir, we are performing this much process. So it's not like that. So it's a disjointed communication, and maybe you will find some little information in this answer. So try to communicate as much as possible and avoid those disjointed communication where it leading to yes and no only. Waste of time. If the auditor has to continually ask questions, this wastes the available time. The purpose is to evaluate the extent of non-conformance, not the auditor's understanding. Okay. Avoid such questions which is not relevant to your processes, to the process auditee processes. So try to be specific and whatever you are asking should have some relevant information pertaining to that question, and don't waste time during the audit. Closed answers, that is a simple yes or no response. Okay, what closed answers are there? Like if somebody is saying that we have already discussed the disjointed communication, avoid those kind of things. So it all depends on your questions, what type of questions you are asking. Is it an open-minded, open questions, closed questions, leading something else, or having some conclusions? So try to avoid these four things: confusion, disjointed communication, waste of time, closed answers. Mamta, please. Okay. It's describing the on-site audit. Just a second. What's the time right now, Mamta?
It's
11:10. Guys, I think we will take a short break in the next 20 minutes, 11:30, for just about 15 minutes. What you say, Mr. Ajay?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So
11:30 we will meet again. Yeah.
11:15 we will take a break. Then we will come on to 11:30 again. Okay.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
Mr. Ajay will continue with the next slides. Basically, I didn't tell you about that this whole course, it's into three phases. One is the pre-audit phase of the internal audit. The second phase, the audit activities, and the third phase is the post-audit activities. So the two parts, audit activities and the post-audit activities, will be covering by Mr. Ajay Naik. So he will continue with those slides. I will continue 2 or 3 slides more. Okay, so what we have discussed is all of those things about the auditor's ability, competency, how he will audit, how he will ask questions, and what he is expecting from the auditee side. Once he visited any site, so what types of audit sites he should be visiting? It's written over there: full site tour, normally interaction with auditee members, conducting interviews, covering the pre-established checklist based on the criteria, verifying, reviewing documents with auditees, sampling based on criteria, observed tasks being carried out. Okay. Once you prepare yourself for the audit, so audit includes all those things. You can visit the whole site tour also, and because usually normally what we do is, as an external auditor, we usually cover all those points, and we discuss with the top management or with the auditee all those things, and how we're going to conduct the audit, what is the process, and first thing in the morning what we should perform, in the second half what things should be covered, and how the audit will be performed. Full site audit. If you are going for a full site audit, just make it full and full site tour. appoint one person or the team member or yourself also as a team leader. You can do a full site audit where you will verify the processes or the operation cycles of the whole organization. Normally interaction with auditee team members. Okay, conducting interviews. Okay, conducting interviews is an essential part nowadays because a standard health and safety management system is 45001 in 2018. It describes over there a very essential part, which is you have to conduct interviews as a health and safety point of view. Who is a personnel over there? Look out the welfare activities of the employees over there in the organizations. Covering the pre-established checklist based on the criteria. Okay. The criteria which I have already described you, it might be your standard, it might be the legal and regulatory requirements, it might be the customer requirements or other policies and the procedure. So it depends on you how you are covering the audit with the help of checklist, or it's your ability, it's your competency level. You can go through with the clauses, you can go through with the documents or with other requirements, or prepare a checklist. But later on we will discuss the disadvantages and advantages of the checklist. Verifying, reviewing documents with auditee. During the audit or at the end of the audit, like end of the day or before the closing of the audit, you have to review and verify with the auditee. Might they have some concerns? The audit findings you have raised against the requirements, they have some concerns, they can share detail with you. So things like that. So it's very important to review documents with the auditee. Sampling based on criteria. Due to time constraints or the shortage of time, maybe you will have 1 day time to perform the audit with your team members. So sample based audit procedures nowadays people are performing. We have lot of batches you are producing, or some factory you are auditing, or where you are seeing lots of products they are producing with number of batches for export import purpose. So it's unable to identify all of them or verify all of them. So you can take 1 or 2 samples, and according to your criteria which you have already described before the audit plan or the before the audit, you can audit against those requirements. Observe, because sampling, as I describe you, that don't waste your time on such kind of things that you are auditing all of the samples, and so try to get 2-3 samples at the same time where you have all the information, and it should be like from previous batch or some other batch or day before you have audited, or it might be a previous month batch. Observe tasks being carried out. Okay, what tasks the auditee is being performing, or what your team members is performing. So observe, you have to take an observations of all those tasks for the whole of the day. You have what is carrying out during the audit. Remote audit, because it's now become a very important, because due to COVID-19 sort of things, so we can't able to continue the audits in those circumstances. So we mostly companies preferring audit remotely. So as an external or internal also, maybe nowadays people are conducting audit as a on-site audit, but still some companies are there, so they prefer remote audits to means to avoid those things which can cause other infections or other things like that. So conducting interviews through interactive communication channels. Create a Zoom or Microsoft Teams or other software facility, and make sure that auditee has those complete infrastructure, and they can communicate you easily, like webcam is working, voice is working, your mic, your interactive tools, they all are in working form. Make sure. Observing the work being done through surveillance, or maybe this is also a method during the audit that you have you want to see the CCTV camera or the CCTV recording of those processes or the procedure during the audit due to remote audit procedure. There's the other part of audit also, technique. Obtaining data relevant to audit criteria and analyze the same. The same thing which I am already discussing with you. Whatever the data or whatever the information you are gathering during the audit, it should be relevant to your audit criteria. And once it is relevant, then you can able to analyze them at the same time, and you can able to come up to some sort of results. What is your audit objective is. Mamta, is it 11:15 already? Okay guys, so we will take a short break and we will come back again at 11:30. Mr. Ajay Naik and me also will continue after that. Okay, then you can have a short break. Thank you very much. कौन आया है? कहाँ से आए?
ये मेरा नून है, ठीक है, ये मेरी नून है, इसको मैंने मैसेज किया है।
ये कौन है?
इनको ये शायद नहीं किया होगा। ये मेरा नून है, ठीक है, 3 लोग तो यही हो गए मेरी नून। ये मेरा नून है ठीक है, ये मेरा नून है। उसके बाद में हरीश का है।
अदिति कौन है?
ये आई होगी जैसे करके 6 लोग मेरे नून है।
क्वेश्चंस क्या किए चैट बॉक्स में देखना जरा।
वो सर ने इसमें सेटअप भी नहीं किया है।
कहाँ देखेंगे हम क्वेश्चन?
एग्जैक्टली
नहीं, इसमें सेलेक्ट होता है ना, इसमें जाओ।
आता तो है, पॉइंट है पहले हम।
ये रहा ना, पीछे देखो।
क्या?
चैट
कहाँ है?
देखो जरा।
मैं आपको क्वेश्चन
नहीं,
For one person. Okay, so is there not a single color packet of for one person in this ticket? Okay, so how expensive the color they are? Okay, because yesterday I bought 2 packet of color already. Mhm. Okay, got it. No issue. Okay, so what is including basically in a 50 dirham? You just tell me that. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, water sports, it's including in the ticket, right? Mean how? Mm-hmm.
You are
Okay, no issue. Okay, just send me some detail or link by Instagram. And is there any discount if the
muted today. Mute के लेगा हाँ
just send me the Instagram link or the link of the ticket.
mute है इधर
Okay, it is like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, you should just send me the link of Instagram so I will check it from there and from that we will and I will message you. Yeah, because actually I will not log on. Mine will not connect in
mute by audio ऐसे ना असल में ठीक है असल में जॉब का म्यूट म्यूट नहीं है ना क्या है
Is everyone is there? Yes, Mr. Ajay?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. I think we should continue or we should wait for
Yeah.
someone else also.
Everybody has joined?
I think how you can say. Okay.
Join. How to raise a question? Is there any? I didn't see a question. Icon anywhere.
Means come again?
No, how to raise a question? Like same way, like the way I'm asking, or there used to be some question icon. An icon. If I put that, like raising a hand, something like this. I didn't see that icon.
Or
Yeah.
yes, Mr. Ajay.
Okay. So I
Yeah,
can just ask. I can just ask like this, the way I'm talking now, right?
Yes, you
actually,
can.
Mr. Gurumurthy, you can. It's better to note it down somewhere else, and we can communicate after 2 p.m.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Yes, Mr. Ajay, you can continue, sir.
Yeah. So far we have covered this, and Mr. Saeed has covered this on-site audit and remote audit methodologies. Now, next slide. Hopefully, all of us have understood whatever has been discussed so far. And if still there is any question, then you are requested to kindly note it down your questions either on chat. You can also write your question, or you can send email, or you after 2 p.m. Certainly we can have a question answer session, and in that in detail we can answer your questions to satisfy all your queries. Thank you very much. Now next slide, please. Okay, now while conducting this particular training session through myself, I would suggest and I would request and I will be interested that we conduct exercise also, and active involvement of all participants should be there. So is it okay, Mr. Saeed? And Mr. Saeed?
Of course.
Okay. Now here, because we are going to issue the certificate also of this training, and as we have already informed to all our participants before attending this training, that this is going to be an interactive session. So it is always better to interact lively also while conducting the training. So now there is a slide in front of all of us that it talks about the auditing types, the main headline, and it talks about extent of involvement between the auditor and auditee, on-site, remote. And as Mr. Saeed already told all of us, that the particular PPT will be distributed amongst all the training participants after the training is over. So my question to all of us, all of you, is that anyone can raise the question, raise the hand and can answer. Anyone, okay? That here, the two things are here, human interaction and no human interaction, on-site and remote. Now, whenever we conduct internal audit, we are here talking about internal auditing, not about the external auditing. Am I correct, Mr. Saeed?
Yes.
So in that, already Mr. Saeed has explained all of us. So while having a human interaction and while having no human interaction, what do you think that how the human interaction and should be conducted by the auditor and by the auditee? What do you think? Anybody of you? Don't read the slide, please. Just explain from your perspective. Anybody of you?
Mamta, can you unmute the mic, please? All of them.
Huh? Anybody can answer.
See, when you talk of human interaction, maybe initially setting the agenda or discussing the scope or explaining how the process would be, can be that. Where there's no human interaction means, let us say, I'm evaluating a systems or procedure. Okay, so I can seek the document, have a look at it, and make my observations or record my observations like this, where there's no need for human interaction. So that's how I see it. Great
reply. I would like to add only one thing. As far as human interaction is concerned, we are going to be active. Means we will be talking and auditee will also be answering. Correct? As far as human interaction is concerned.
Yeah.
As far as no human interaction, only observation. Whatever, or reviewing. We will be reviewing the documents or records or other processes, etc. But we will not be interacting with the person, each person or the auditee. That is what is being expected from on-site as well as from the remotely. Is it clear to everybody? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, clear.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please.
Mute everyone.
Clear. Ruzel also has told it is clear. So next slide, please.
Clear.
Now, phases of a typical audit process. Mr. Saeed also have narrated this, that there are three types of activities which are going to be conducted in our training session as well as actual audit being conducted. Pre-audit activities, audit activities, and post-audit activities. Now, I think we have completed pre-audit activities. So let us move to audit activities, part 2. Next slide, please.
I think, Mr. Ajay, some points are there which needs to be discussed.
Okay.
Whatever
Yeah.
we see in the slides, then we can move on to some other slides. Okay.
Okay.
This audit objective, scope, and criteria, I think we have already discussed.
Criteria.
Okay. I think.
Yeah, I will go ahead with preparing the audit plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Dear participants, now while having the pre-audit activity, preparing the audit plan is the most important thing before starting the audit. Normally, it is called scheduling also. And on the basis of this, audit is being conducted. We all know that all ISO standards are based on one concept, basic concept, that is PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act. So this is a planning activity which the audit plan talks about. It is P for planning. So audit plan talks about the planning. And in this planning, we have to ensure that the audit objective is clear, audit scope is clear, audit criteria is clear, date, site, time, duration, etc. is clear, roles and responsibilities of auditors, including the team leader and the audit team members, is clear. When we say that audit objective, so audit objective is nothing but to ensure that the system is which is being documented or being described or being implemented or being approved is going to be in compliance with the requirements of a particular standard. So that should be the audit objective. What will be the audit scope? Already we have discussed. Audit scope certainly will be the business scope for which the government has given us the permission to conduct our business in that particular country. And at the same time, on the same basis, we have been given if we are certified company, we are being certified by a third-party certification body like Russian registrar. Then the third is audit criteria. Whichever standard we are going to implement in our organization, the audit criteria will be based on that particular standard. And on that basis, the questions or the checklist will be prepared and questions will be asked by the auditor. And this audit criteria, again, I would like to repeat over here. If suppose XYZ organization is being certified for QMS, that is quality management system, then our audit criteria should be restricted only to the QMS, ISO 9001. We should not here and there go for the environmental standard or health and safety standard because it is beyond the scope of the business. Okay. Then in the audit plan, the date on which particular date the audit will be conducted, internal audit, I mean to say of which department, HR department will be conducted on 13th of May 2022. Then the time will be from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. etc. Site will be office. Then the duration of the audit will be around 4 hours. And the audit activities will be related to HR and administration or the other related activities, logistics, if it is being covered by the HR department, and the roles and responsibilities of auditors, our audit team members who will be conducting that particular HR department audit, whether he will be auditor or she will be the team leader of that particular audit team. So this is what is the preparing the audit plan, informing this audit plan in advance to the auditee so that they are clear and they are prepared to face the audit and they are available on the particular day. As Mr. Syed has told us that sometimes in the internal audit, people normally say, I am busy, I am in the meeting, management has called me or client has come, etc. So it is always better at least 1 week before we schedule this audit plan and release this to the particular all internal departments so that they are ready and they are available and they are waiting for us. And we also comply with the punctuality and reach on time, conduct the opening meeting and start our audit activity according to the audit plan, audit objective, audit scope and criteria. Am I clear, Mr. Syed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next slide. Now, audit team selection. This is a very important and tough task as far as the organization or management representative office is concerned, because based on the expertise, skill, knowledge, and training and education qualification.
Mr. Ajay, I'm interrupting you. Mr. Wasim Khan, I think he is raising hand. So can we?
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Wasim Khan.
Good morning, Mr. Ajay. How are you, sir?
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Can you please elaborate the difference between scope and criteria? Again, please.
Again, I will see. Scope is, for example, you are working in a construction organization. Okay. Okay. So in that construction organization, what is your business process? Construction related activities. It may be starting from EPC, means estimation, then the procurement, and then the commissioning. It may be only construction. So based on the business activity which you are conducting, or based on the business activity for which government has issued you the license, or based on the certificate being issued by Russian registrar or any certifying body in the world, on that basis, whatever will be the business activities, that will be called the business scope, and that will be called the audit scope. Is it clear, Mr. Wasim?
Okay, means our business scope is our audit scope.
Yeah. Because we can conduct only according to the scope only. And in front of us, if the activity organization is in the construction, we cannot audit a Xerox manufacturing organization. Correct, Mr. Wasim?
Right. Okay.
Okay. And what is the criteria? Criteria is based on the particular standard. Maybe 9,000, maybe 27,000, maybe asset management, maybe energy management, whichever standard the particular organization is being certified or is going to be certified by Russian registrar. Is it clear, Mr. Wasim?
Yeah, right. Clear.
Hopefully you are clear. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other question? No
Yes.
question? Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, audit team selection, as I told you, audit team selection is a very tactful activity of a management representative office or the top management office, whosoever owns this particular responsibility, because based on the educational qualification, experience, training, skill, etc., the particular audit team is being selected and the team leader is being selected. And this audit team, lead team and the team leader, it does not mean that a particular person is from this country or particular person is from that department, or he is working as a HOD or the manager and another person is as a supervisor. So only manager can only become the team leader. It is not being stated anywhere in ISO 19011 or any other standard. So audit team can comprise of different varieties of expertise and they can form a particular team, and then on the basis of their all these criteria of education, qualification, experience and skill, the audit team leader can be decided. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Okay. Now the next is, already we are told that based on the size of the organization and according to the processes being conducted in that particular organization, according to the time allocated by the top management for conducting the audit team conducts the audit or starts the audit planning methodology by defining and deciding on the objective, scope, criteria, and estimated time of the audit, which we already discussed. Then the type of audit, type of audit, normally when we are talking about internal audit, preferably we will be conducting only the internal audit, that is the first party audit, means one department conducting the audit of the another department, or one person of HR department will be conducting the audit of operations department, like that. So this will be the type of internal audit. Then competency needed. As I told you that the audit team is selected based on qualification, experience, skill, training, etc. But sometimes, for example, the HR team is being given first time to conduct the audit of quality control department or design and development department or of the sales department. Now he might not be having the exposure of conducting the sales department's audit. So in that scenario, as Mr. Saeed has told us, please go through the processes or the procedures or the work instructions, whichever is available, or the process flow diagram or the scope of that particular department. And on that basis, competence can be decided of the audit team. And on that basis, in place of HR department, production department person can also conduct the QA audit. Normally, it is being stated that there is a concept of ISO, that is internal and external customers. So normally, QA department is the internal customer of the production department. Production department is the internal customer of the maintenance department. Likewise, there are different departments which are the internal customers on a thorough basis. So on that basis, internal customers, the person from internal customer department can be assigned a role of a team leader or an auditor for auditing a particular department, which is the auditee. Is it clear? Mr.
Yes.
Mohammed Wasim? Yeah.
Yeah, it's clear.
Now, next is certification requirements. If suppose the internal audit is going to be conducted before the third party audit or before the second party audit, certainly we should ensure that what are the basic or the specific requirements are being stated by the certifying body or by the customer, and which we should cover in our audit checklist, if at all we are developing our audit checklist, or at least we should note down as a team somewhere that these are the specific added requirements in addition to the requirements of a particular standard, which we should cover in our auditing questionnaire. Okay? Gurumurthy, is it clear?
Sir, here I have one question.
Absolutely fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Any question? Yeah, Mr. Gurumurthy.
What will be the difference? Because if we are doing before the certification audit and if we are doing after the certification audit, what will be the difference in the audit and internal audit?
What is the difference between?
In these two situations, before the third party audit and after the third party audit?
Great questions, sir. Great questions. Salute to you. See, before certification audit, the responsibility on the internal auditors is much high, because they have to ensure that there are not being found any major non-compliances in the certification audit. So it is better to conduct the internal audit of documentation as well as the implementation in thorough basis, maybe word-to-word requirements of standard, and maybe the word-to-word requirements of the documentation being developed by our departments. As far as the second scenario is concerned, that is after certification audit, we have to ensure that whichever non-conformities are being identified by the certification bodies, maybe observations or maybe the major or minor, or maybe the opportunities for improvement, which are being covered in our internal audit of that particular department, as well as the internal audit findings of previous internal audit. And if they are closed, then whether they are closed nicely or not, so that before again in the second frequency of certification audit, these things remain closed and they are being implemented. Once the non-conformity is being closed, correction and corrective actions are taken and it is being implemented. It should not happen that after the audit is over and when the next certification auditor team is coming, and then the whole particular situation is not existing on the ground level. So that is the basic difference between the stage means previous stage and another stage. Am I clear, sir?
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The next point is language and culture. Normally, English is a versatile language and universally being accepted. So normally all over the world, English language is preferred to conduct the internal audit as well as the second party audit or the third party audit. And the culture is also to be saluted and to be respected. For example, in the Middle East countries, if for prayer time is there, so at that time, the audit team, whether it is coming from UK or it is coming from US, the auditors are coming from US, UK or any other country where they are not Muslim countries, for example, then they should ensure that at the time of the prayer time, the audit timing is not being scheduled. That is what is the culture. We have to respect the culture. For example, lunchtime, we should ensure that the lunchtime is being given to the auditee, proper timing is given, and punctuality is being adhered to. Language, normally, as I told you, it should be English language. Sometimes nowadays, I have observed in Middle East as well as in India and Pakistan and all where, that some local auditors are also being hired as a special assistant or as a specialist to translate particular things from English to local language. For example, when I conducted audit of Riyadh municipality, at that time I was not knowing the Arabic language, and at that time one specialist was hired by SGS, and he was translating my questions in the Arabic language, so that the auditee, because auditee was not knowing the English, so he was able to understand what the question is being asked, and then he used to translate and he used to answer to the translator, and translator used to translate in the English to me. So this is what the respect and methodology should be adopted. Is it clear?
That's clear.
Yes, sir. That's clear.
I have one question, Ajay. I have one question. I'm sorry, I'm just going back to the item D, certification requirements, because more often the example you have been giving during this discussion is from the QMS, Quality Management System 9001. Quite often you are giving that example. Okay. See, there were, maybe this question might be too early. There were six areas in which documented procedure was required under the 9001 earlier. I don't know whether the new version has changed it. It was when I was attending this course in Lloyd's in Aberdeen, UK. They gave an acronym called DRINK-P. Okay, so it was a document control, records, internal audit, non-conformity.
I know. Go ahead.
Preventive action and corrective action. Whether those six still continue to attract documented procedure, they are still there.
No, they are not there. And why I'm giving the example of, I will answer both the questions in part 2. Part 1 and part 2. Okay. The thing is that now, as far as 9001 2015 is concerned, this standard, then 14,000 or occupational health or safety or energy management or other standards, they don't talk or don't demand about the procedures, written documented procedure. No word is being stated in the standard, in any standard, that documented procedure. Okay. So even manual is also not required, not expected. But if we develop, we have to follow that. If we don't develop, no need, because all these standards released after 2015 talks about more and more and more and more on implementation, more and more on the customer satisfaction. They don't talk about more and more documentation. That's why nowadays most of the organizations have implemented their methodology or developed their documents to implement the systems as far as the records are concerned as the objective evidence. So no more procedures are required in the new standards. Am I clear, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. So now preparing the audit plan. Already we have discussed audit plan contains, it is repeated to you again, that audit objective, audit scope, criteria, date, site, time, etc., and roles and responsibilities of the auditors. Now here, point number E, I would like to add, because it is not been touched so far by us. Here, the role and responsibility. Here, the word authority is not being stated. But in all the standards, 9, 14, 45, energy management, asset management, and educational management, compliance management, other standards, role, responsibility, and authority, these three words are being stipulated or being mentioned in the standard. May I ask you a question? Anybody of you please can answer. What is the difference between role and responsibility? Leave apart the relation of auditor. Okay, as a standby activity, what is the difference between role and responsibility? Can you please explain? Anybody of you?
Very difficult to quickly answer that. See, it is like you can feel the difference, but you can't explain it in words, kind of. Okay, let me try and attempt. Okay, the role is auditor role. Auditor role is, let us say, to ensure compliance to the given standard or criteria. So that is the role. Okay. So its role is, let us say, surveillance or supervision or, ensuring that the standards are met. Let's put it like this. But the responsibility would include the various activities that come as part of that role. Okay. One could be that maintaining proper evidence, using professional approach to conducting the audit. Taking as much information as a feedback before arriving at a reasonable conclusion, ensuring sufficient material evidence is there. Like you said, it should be reproducible. Those could be part of responsibilities. I would just put it somewhat like this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gurumurthy. See, I would just, in a nutshell, I would like to explain in a brief. Okay, not explain because time duration is much more less remaining now.
Can I tell this?
Yeah, sure. Mohammed.
As per my understanding, basically the role is, you can say that your role in the organization, like you are the MD, you are the chairman, you are the QHSE manager, you are the production manager. This is your role. That how you are acting in the company. And responsibilities means the task given to you or the duties assigned to you, that this is your area of responsibility, area of your duties. That is the responsibilities.
Correct, exactly. Responsibility is to a particular function or activity, but role may be for overall, but may be a designated. For example, in the audit team, role of team leader will be different and role of team member will be different. Am I correct, Mohammed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And as far as responsibility is concerned, overall responsibility of the audit team is to conduct the audit in a good fashion so that more and more non-conformities are being identified in the internal audit, so that there are less chances of identifying major or minor non-conformities by the customer audit or by the third-party auditors. Is it clear? In nutshell?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yes, it is.
Next slide, please.
Next slide. I think, Mr. Ajay,
Okay.
We should move a little bit quickly. And at the same time, we should take questions also. Okay?
Yeah. It is very tricky job now.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So kind of you. So determining audit time, the relevant factors normally will be which the applicable standard, only one standard or three standards are integrated. Then as we told you that size and complexity of observation, how complicated the processes are there, how complicated customer complaints are being observed, how much size of the organization, how many people are working in a particular site or remotely, which are whether the organization is technologically advanced or not, whether the legal and applicable legal, statutory and regulatory requirements are being, registers are being maintained, though it is not certified for OSHAs, but these are being identified. Then which are the outsourced processes, where and how the control is being exercised. All these things are being already stated over here. In nutshell, what I would say, that audit timing in internal audit should be given much more timing as compared to the certification audit timing when they will give. As a thumb rule, whenever we conduct the audit in different parts of the world, I normally suggest as a team leader that if the certification audit time is 4 hours for a particular department, I double the time in the internal audit for the same function. So this is a thumb rule, not nowhere stated in ISO or any other publications, but normally the audit timing is based on particular that. But it is to be followed rigorously. It is not a rule. Okay. And the next point is multi-site sampling. Whenever we are doing multi-site sampling, sometimes the sites are having the same businesses, and sometimes the sites are not having the same businesses. For example, a construction organization might be having a tunnel construction, and somewhere the same organization is constructing a building. So in both the cases, the sampling will be different. So timing will be different. Maybe the duration will be different. Maybe the timing means it may be in daytime or maybe afternoon time or night time, etc., etc. And on that basis, sampling plan is decided and the audits are being conducted. Am I clear, Mr. Mohammed? Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Other related factors include, as already we have discussed this, that whenever we are conducting audit as an audit team, confidentiality is the most ethical thing which is to be followed by all team members. We should not use our words or our body language in such a way that we are going to reveal this to the top management or another department that, oh, there is a problem in this department. We should not. We have to be professional and maintain the confidentiality during conducting the audit and after conducting the audit as well. Then the security approval. Sometimes it requires security approval from the government organization or from the organizational security department to enter into a particular premises, which is either maybe a hazardous situation, which may be an emergency situation, which may be a accidental situation, whatever. So we have to take security approvals. We have to undergo with HSE training and all that before entering to a premises whenever we are going to conduct on-site audit, etc. Then we should have a good thorough knowledge of the documents which are going to be helpful during our audit. So we should have access to the documents, either they are procedures, etc. Here I would like to add one thing. Some organizations have confidential data. For example, business plan. This business plan might be a confidential document, though it is in the scope, but we cannot demand directly that please show me your business plan. So for that access, we can only ask to the top management or the business executives that please, what is your business plan? So before, without showing the document to us, they certainly tell us some things that we have covered this particular thing. For development, we are going to invest $2,000 billion. For the R&D, we are going to develop $1,000 billion, etc., etc. So this type of access of documents, it should be condition to condition. It should be available to the auditor. Then working and reporting language, as I told you, the working communication language is English. So the reporting language will also be in English, as it is a universal language all over. Communication channel, it should be hierarchy. If a particular organization still maintaining management representative office, then we should communicate all the official things to the management representative office. Or if the organization is not having a management representative office, then we should report to a single point window or whosoever is the focal person of that particular organization, being authorized by the top management. And the third is auditee representative. Normally what happens in big organizations, like AFCO or the Aramco and all other organizations, the auditees of different departments, they make a particular team is making a pool. They make a pool, and then all auditees are part of that, and then they represent particular functions. Somebody is representing gas turbine, somebody is representing maintenance, somebody is representing chemical laboratory, etc. So these audit representatives and the audit teams, they know each other before conducting the audit, so that they become familiar and little bit friendly professionally, so that they are compatible and comfortable to conduct the audit. Now the G is any area of interest or concern to audit in relation to specific audit. If suppose any, as I told you, some confidential thing is going to be audited by the internal audit team or by the external audit team, certainly these areas should be informed by the auditee to the audited team before conducting the audit, so that the audit plan, if required, can be changed or revised, and the audit timing and schedule can also be revised and can be intimated to the top management if required, with due permission with the focal person. And the last is legal and contractual requirements. Normally, most of the legal and nowadays, according to the standard, legal and contractual requirements are going to be stated and to be complied with. So all these legal and contractual requirements which are being stated by the organization, normally what the auditors do as internal auditor or external auditor, they go only with that document. They don't try to dig that whether there is another requirement which is not being stated in the legal register or in the contractual requirement. So it is my kind request to all the internal auditors and external auditors, please go through the website of the government of that particular organization, or a particular site is there, lexadin.nl. So in that we can identify which are the different applicable legal, statutory and regulatory requirements which can be added in that particular, and we can give an observation or an opportunity for improvement to a particular auditee or department that please add this also which you are not included. Because always we should be, as Mr. Saeed has told, we have to be professional and we have to be prepared before conducting the audit. So we should know more than particular, it is expected that we should know more than the auditee about their system, process and product. Am I clear, Mr. Guru Murthy or Mr. Mohammed?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
Next please. I'm going a little bit fast because time is less.
It's okay, sir.
There is a lot of
Please
explanation required.
go ahead.
Yeah. Audit approach based on evidence-based evidence and risk detection, control, and inherent risk. Now here the particular thing is been taken from ISO 31000, that is risk management standard, by ISO organization itself, and it talks about the same methodology of Six Sigma, that is GMAC, if you are aware of Six Sigma methodology, or the identification or the methodology of ISO, that is PDCA, or the methodology of risk management, which is being addressed now in all over the standards. While managing or controlling the risk, first we should know that what is the risk. So it should be identified. Only once it is identified, then only we can try to control it or to mitigate it. Because we all know any risk in the world cannot be made zero. It can only be mitigated. It can only be bring down, but it cannot be made zero. And that is why sometimes inherent risk or the residual risk always remains either in the product or in the process or in the system or in the environment. So that is why as an auditor, we should ensure that at least almost all the risks are being identified in every process, being defined by that particular department. And once defined, at least what is the control measures are being taken today, and what are the proposed control measures are being identified to reduce the potential risk factor in the coming days. And lastly, whether what are the residual risks are being identified. This risk management methodology is a vast subject, and this is being expected by all standards to maintain the risk register. So this is, I cannot give much more time on this particular topic because it is a vast topic. Whole standard is available. I will suggest UAE head office, Mr. Shahid, to arrange one special training for risk management in coming days, only for risk management, to identify this. Whosoever are interested certainly will attend this training. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. To make the audit plan, the following silent factors need to be considered. Again, it is the same thing. Scope, criteria, objective, date, duration, technique, verbal, horizontal, competence. Here I would like to add one more thing, G, that is how we are going to conduct the audit. If at all it is an internal audit, not the external audit. Audit can be conducted vertical or can be horizontal, or from down to up or from up to down. For example, if it is a manufacturing organization, I can pick up one sample from the customer inquiry. If a particular process is being completed, then only it will serve. So I will take one customer inquiry, and from that I will go to the delivery challan or the invoice being raised and money is being credited into our bank account. So it will have a link of all these particular related documents and records, and in relation with the particular standard. Another will be from down to up, that will be taking the invoice or taking the delivery challan being given for supplying of the material to the customer, and we will go till the inquiry of the customer, and we will trace and identify and link all the related documents with relation with the particular standard. And the third will be horizontal. That will be, we will not pick any particular sample document either from customer relation department, means marketing or sales or business development, or from the stores or from the dispatch department, but we will take the samples whenever we go to any other department, and we will conduct the audit. So this is what is I would like to add over here. Am I clear, Mr. Said?
Yes, sir. I think technique is you have already defined as by the vertical by processes. What organization is having the process?
Yes, technique is already identified. Yeah.
That's it, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. So sorry, sir. Next slide, please. Now, contents of audit plan, again, objectives, parts of system. For example, what happens that in internal audit, based on the customer complaints, based on the internal failures, based on the different scenarios worldwide or the epidemic situation, whatever, risk being encountered, some departments may not be audited in a particular audit schedule. So we can include some parts of the departments to be audited of that organization, some parts in the next department. So based on this, the parts of system to be audited can be identified and can be scheduled. Then the audit trails to follow, as we told you, the earlier audit findings can also be the trails to continue our audit in the next department. Then the documents, records required, whichever. Normally, the audit plan, we don't expect to be practical, that which documents we expect, because we are already giving the criteria, that is the scope of that particular organization or department. So according to that standard, whichever documents and records they have identified, they should show us to the auditor. Then the personnel you want to see, like manager, typical cross-sectional function, etc., and timetable events, that from time to time, from which time to which time the particular training will be conducted, etc. As we already explained you, advantages of audit plan, that all become prepared, that scope is clear, time and schedule is clear, everything is covered or not, we can ensure whether the auditors, whosoever are coming, are experienced or inexperienced in our department. If it is experienced, we can share our documents to the auditing team. Then we can give them our organization structure and other structures, and we can also explain them as a top management or HOD of the process owner of the department to the audit team. We should, that as an audit team, to the audit team, that these are our approaches. We are not only following this particular standard, but directly we are following the contractual requirements of these customers. Though we are not today Aramco or ADNOC approved supplier, but we are following their rules and regulations. So you please conduct the audit on that basis also. So this way the audit plan can be considered, and the advantage certainly will give to the audit team to improve further after each and every audit. Am I clear, Mr. Said?
Yes, sir. I want to add something. The slides
which
you are seeing before and present also, the pre-audit activities, basically an audit program. When you are conducting an audit, you are creating an audit program, you are creating an audit schedule, you are creating an audit plan, like selection of team members and adopting an audit criteria, audit objective, everything. So it's a pre-audit activity you are performing. We are not into phase of audit activity, we are in a pre-audit activity phase. Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Yes, sir. Next slide, please. now assigning work to the audit team. As he has told Mr. Said just now, that it is a pre-audit activities. So I was mixing something to the actual audit activities. I'm sorry for that. So assigning work to the audit team. Now once everything is over, then the audit team leader in consultation with other audit team will assign to each team member the responsibility of auditing specific process, activity, function, department, location, remote or site, etc. And on that basis, the audit team will get prepared, will get the documents if available or if required, if expected, go through the process flow diagrams and other things or applicable legal and contractual requirement documents, and will study them, and if required, they will prepare the audit checklist or the audit sampling plan or the forms, whichever are related to the objective evidence to support their audit finding, or the audit reporting document also as well, that which audit reporting particular format or document will be used for different departments or different functions likewise. Am I clear, Mr. Said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next slide, please. Audit checklist approach. Sorry. Normally here, I would like to add that whenever we are new auditors, newly qualified, newly born auditors, normally checklist is recommended by the trainers as well as the team leaders. But once we are habitual of conducting internal audits, checklist may not be required by any internal auditor. Normally, external auditor also use it, or sometimes they don't use it. The checklists are normally developed on the basis of the clause-wise requirements in relation with the business processes, which are going to be covered by that particular clause, by the third-party audit, as well as internal audit, second-party audit, etc. And which the advantage of this particular audit checklist is that no clause is being remained as untouched. So that is the biggest advantage of preparing and developing a checklist. When we become experienced, audit checklist may not be required. But when we are not much experienced in conducting the audit, we should always follow the audit checklist approach to cover all the requirements for all the processes, products, process, system, etc. Is it clear? Any
Yes,
question?
Sir. No, sir.
No, it's clear. It's clear.
Yeah. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Requirement of audit checklist. Here in detail, we have depicted the requirements of audit checklist. If at all we are in a position to develop it, that to act as an add memory and audit trace record, what we have audited, what we have asked, and what is available or not available. Here I would like to just share my experience. As I told you that there are 5-6 friends of an auditor, 5W1H. Here I would like to add that our more and more questions should start from why and how. How do you do this XYZ activity? Our questions should start from how, and questions should start from why. So it will give a very clear-cut and detailed information as far as answers are concerned from the auditing team. Audit team, I mean to say. So to act as a aid memory and audit trace record, to ensure that all elements and relevant requirements of standard are covered and nothing is being left alone. Reference of each question to relevant clauses is being made categorically. So whenever we write any non-conformity report or correction or corrective action, we normally refer to that particular clause. And if we are in doubt, while closing the non-conformity or writing the corrective and correction and corrective action, we can refer to a particular standard again and again. That is what is expected by ISO. Then are an invaluable add when writing the audit report. So whatever information is more relevant while writing the audit report, we can extract it from the audit checklist, and we can save our time also. Or otherwise, we will have to again invest our time to writing the whole report again and again for a particular non-conformity or conformance. Then the space should be left on the checklist so that answers to the questions. Anybody?
No, that's clear, sir.
There should be remark column where the questions and the answers can be written, and still any further comments have to be written that can be referred to. And the last is After completing all this, it should be compiled. It should be compiled. It should be some decision should be written on that checklist. At the end of that, it should be shown to the team leader that what is being stated, what is being identified, what is compliance, what is non-compliance. If it is non-compliance, with reference to which standard, with reference to which procedure, with reference to which particular paragraph, which particular point, 7.1.2 or etc., etc., etc. And then the particular non-conformity reports further in further stage when we will conduct the audit. So it can be used. That's all. Correct, Mr. Saeed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next slide, please. When is the lunch time? Please let me know, Sarah.
It starts from 1 till 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Yeah.
So what is the time now there?
UAE time. Then after 2 to 3, we will take questions, and I think we should start the question also at the same time. What do you suggest?
I will suggest the same thing because see,
Yes, sir.
our slides are self-explanatory, and our all distinguished guests and participants are also experienced, I suppose. So certainly, if more interaction is there during the training, so they will get more advantage of your and my experience instead of having a separate question answer session. What do you say, Mr. Saeed?
So we should start taking questions at the same time.
Yeah, that will be better because afterwards sometimes the people may lose the link or may forget that if they have not noted it down. Okay.
Okay.
So audit, already we have discussed the audit checklist advantages, and the disadvantages we have not discussed. That we will discuss now. Checklists are developed with limited information, as we already discussed, can lead to use of standard checklists that stifle initiative and analytical process. So unnecessary, it may lead to a confusion, can prevent the auditor investigating significant problem because always he will refer the checklist and he will ask the question referring to checklist only. Whatever is coming as a sub question or a sub question in his mind, he will not propagate to that particular journey of questions or back question bank. He will only refer to the checklist. So main question may be assigned. Then the checklist used by inexperienced auditor may not be able to clearly communicate whatever his auditor is looking for because he will ask only the framed question, framed terminology in the checklist. So that is what is the disadvantage. And if with the audit checklist, normally I have seen in most of the organization, audit checklist is prepared, generic, and just copy paste from the standard. They don't convert their terminology, methodology, wording, paragraphs, etc. into their own language, into their own processes, and they use it and use the particular checklist according to the standard words. And that is why sometimes if the auditor is not experienced or the auditor is not much professional and experienced, he may lose the track, whatever is being expected from him from the organization. And the last but not the least, we become only focused. Whatever is written, I will ask only unique that particular question. If I have missed any question while developing the checklist, I will not ask that. So that is what is the disadvantage of this checklist. Am I clear, Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, yeah, you are clear. Can you show a sample checklist? Is that possible?
Not now.
Okay.
After this time, if it is available, we will show. Correct, Mr. Said?
Yes.
Yeah, if you guys allow me.
Right now, so
Sayed, if you allow me on this one.
Yeah.
Hi there, everyone. Good afternoon. So what we'll do during the break, you guys can put the suggestions if you want to see some documents related to the auditing. So during the break, we'll pull those documents out and we can surely show you after the break.
Yeah,
so
that
whatever
will be
you require, you can type in the chat box here in the Zoom.
Yeah.
So we'll take care of it.
That will be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay. Now, audit activities. Now, here, I suppose we have entered into the phase of really implementation of audit process. That is, opening meeting, we have as an audit team, internal audit team, we have entered into a department where we are supposed to conduct audit, or we have entered into a seminar room or conference room of our organization where we are going to conduct the audit. And for that, opening meeting is the starting point of audit process. So in that, certainly, first we have, as we in the training today, we have introduced ourselves as a from this side, from this table side. So we all as an audit team, we have to introduce ourselves and our roles. Here, responsibilities are not covered because we need not to share our responsibility. That is the arrangement of the audit team. So we will share he's an auditor, he's a team leader, and we are all audit members, etc. Because already audit plan is being distributed. So audit is knowing that who is going to conduct the audit of that. So participant should share his name, his experience, his expertise in the ISO field, etc., etc. He should share that in short and brief. Correct, Mr. Said?
Yes. I would like to add
Then
something there in the opening meeting, because usually as an internal audit, what I have experienced, basically audit methodology you have to explain to the auditee. The sample based or the checklist based or the like that you are going to adopt during the audit.
Correct.
Please carry on.
Yeah, actually, in the opening meeting, I have used while working with different certifying bodies that they have developed a checklist for opening meeting also. Mr. Said, you might be aware. Correct. Yeah. So they tick on that. Scope is covered in the opening meeting, like closing meeting also. Okay. And scope of certification, it is the most important point where the team leader has to announce the scope of certification or the scope of the audit of different departments or our own organization, if it is a first party audit, that this is the scope of the audit and it should be accepted enormously by the audit team. Yes, it is the audit scope. Then the audit plan, which is already being discussed and being distributed amongst all the interested parties. Then audit methodology, how we are going to conduct the audit, what will be the duration, etc. How the splitting of the audit team will be done. All this will be explained, including the criteria and all that. Then the communication channel, whether the auditee can directly communicate with the audit team or the auditor or directly to the team leader, etc., etc. All these channels will be discussed and established if possible. If guide is available or allowed, observer is available or allowed, whether his entry pass is being obtained or not, whether top management will be available for the interview or for what we say discussion for the during the internal audit and when, etc., depending upon his busiest schedule, etc. All this availability of resources, facilities will be discussed. Then confidentiality, again, the next important point after the scope is that confidentiality. As an audit team leader, we have to ensure and we should utter our words loudly that we will maintain the confidentiality. What we observe, what we note down, whatever we discuss, it will be only between these four walls. It will not go outside from this. It will be purely confidential. And we have signed an agreement with our management representative office that we will not share this confidential information to anybody else after the audit is over. Am I clear, Mr. Said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then the safety, security.
Yes, Mr. Wasim.
Yeah, actually, I just want to ask, during the internal audit process, is this mandatory that we have to do the opening meeting? Because sometimes maybe the top management is not available, we cannot do a combined opening meeting. Maybe we have to do...
It's a form of formal information you are
Introduction.
sharing with your top management and your department heads, because it's better to perform an opening meeting so that everyone should know that you are conducting an internal audit. It depends on your like feasibility or what easiness the company has provided you during the.
That's my question. It is a mandatory point, or we can skip. Like when we are doing internal audit, obviously we are communicating before time by emails or by any memo that on such date, such criteria we are going to be done.
It all depends on the understanding of the top management and the auditor and how they are going to. And because what we are studying right now, it's a mix of internal and external both. The point.
Sayed, if you let me answer that query.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Wasim. You can consider it as a mandatory. Why? See, we have shared the audit plan. Your point was only related to the top management, and in internal audit, where we are doing the internal audit, when we say the top management, we are referring to the head of department. For example, we have planned to do an audit on, let's say, operations, right? And in case the head of department will be considered on the top decision maker for the department. We don't require that CEO or MD or maybe C-level. Any of those will be available in that opening meeting. Now, why it's necessary to conduct opening meeting? We have to ensure that the auditee have understood the audit plan. He makes sure that all the participants, all the data or documents or evidences that we require are available during the audit at the certain slots as per the audit plan, right? In case we have to make any changes, alterations, I would say, that we have to adjust time slots. Maybe the operational supervisor is not available. Let's say he's supposed to attend the audit between 10 to 12. He's not available in that time slot. He's available from 12 to 2 o'clock, right? So those adjustments can be done in opening meeting. If you are skipping the opening meeting, you are not ensuring all of that. And other than that, you are not putting them at ease. And even the people there, right? Being part of the same organization, the auditee. So some points will be skipped. All will not be covered. But still, it is required to do internal opening meeting before conducting the audit. Otherwise, we'll face challenges or difficulties with the availability of resources, with the availability of people during the audit. And last but not the least, we are not sure whether they understand what we are expecting or what we are trying to achieve as an outcome of the audit.
Right. Clear.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can continue with the training. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Then the safety, security, and emergency norms in the audit, as Mr. Sam just now explained, to continue that, during the opening meeting, when we personally actually go to the conference hall or wherever to conduct the opening meeting, either on behalf of third-party audit or as an internal audit, certainly the emergency in case of emergency, which are the exit locations, where we are, how the emergency plan is being implemented, etc., etc. All the security related, safety related norms should be discussed, should be informed by the audit team to the auditor team, so that all are aware that these are the security precautions being taken by the organization or the departments. And the availability of guides and observers are also being exchanged, and it is being exchanged between the auditor team and the auditee team. So always it becomes a professional and friendly behavior with everybody. Then reporting and grading of audit findings in the opening meeting only itself, it is possible to ensure and to describe what is the difference between major and minor, as Mr. Sam told, because in the audit plan and etc., whichever we share through the soft copy or hard copy, we don't talk about when it will be called major, when it will be called minor, when it will be called observation, and when it will be called as opportunity for improvement. So certainly, opening meeting we can discuss this. Then the sampling, we can say that due to the limitations of time and limitations of different other activities, sampling audit will be done. Sampling may be 3. Normally, in the most of the certifying bodies, pick up 3 samples for each scenario. But in internal audit, it can be 3 plus more also. Then the languages, which language will be used? So English or Arabic or any other language which is convenient to both auditor as well as the auditee. Then during the audit, if anything which is being observed, which is not expected by or accepted by the management, then certainly ongoing feedback is always welcome by the auditor team to improve upon, because nobody is perfect in this world. So that is why it is being shared by the audit team, and the auditees are requested to share their feedback directly to the team leader, not to every individual to disturb their core of competence. Then the conditions that may lead to termination of audit, that certainly only can be discussed in the opening meeting. That's, for example, there is some natural disaster, or for example, any emergency situation is there, etc., etc. Different types of emergencies, or some risk has increased. Then in that scenario, the particular audit will be terminated or will be postponed to next day or etc. Then during the audit, if whatever according to our behavior, our competency, our methodology, our report writing, etc., how it will be. And if you have any doubt, please appeal it to our country head, etc. So this can be explained in the opening meeting itself. and request for cooperation and facility, because suppose we want internet, we want some separate table and all other facilities. So it should, though these are expected and written, but normally it is made clear.
300,000 tax. Did you send the inquiry? Okay.
What happened? Inquiry?
Can you please mute your mic, please?
Pardon?
I think some candidate have opened their mic. Okay, anyways.
Yeah. Then the site tour by after opening meeting, during the opening meeting, the audit team, if required, normally 99.999% it is required that we will have a site tour, site visit for all your business activities which are covered in the audit scope. So that there should be a combined, tour of all the auditors, or separate tour depending upon the availability, and it should be done. And then the particular site tour timing should be addressed in the audit plan itself, that from 9, once opening meeting is over, from 9 to 9:30 a.m., from 9:30 to 10:30, based on the size and complexity of business processes, the site tour will be completed. Then all audit team will come again, sit with audit team, auditee team, and will, if required, she will make necessary changes in the audit plan, and will split for conducting the audit as per the possibility. And clarification, if at all any questions are there in the opening meeting, they should be clarified by the team leader normally. It is one important point. Most of these things are normally talked, answered, replied with humbleness by the team leader. Only audit team members give their introduction, that's all. It is expected only the team leader should answer and should address all these things during the opening meeting. Am I clear, Mr. Said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next slide, please. Purpose, audit activities. The purpose is to evaluate the implementation, including the effectiveness thereof of the management system. That is why audit is conducted, the whether to what extent we have implemented our management system. So that is why the audit is conducted by the auditors, internal auditors or the external auditors of management systems. So requirements of audits are, audit at least includes the following: information and evidence about conformity to requirements of applicable standard and other normative document. Here the one important point you might have noticed here, what the sentence says: information and evidence about conformity. Here nowhere the negativity is being injected in the particular standard. Here it talks about conformity and not about the non-conformity. Non-conformity is the output, but expectation by the ISO and different standards who have devised this standard 19011 and other standards, they talk about conformity. So it is our responsibility as an auditor to check for the conformity, not for going for the non-conformity. So always it is to be remembered during the opening meeting or during the closing meeting, we have to emphasize on conformity and conformity, positivity. Then the next point is performance monitoring, measuring, reporting, reviewing against key performance objectives. It is one of the important points. Most of the organizations in the world now have started their KRA or the objectives, which are SMART objectives: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound objectives. They correlated with their business objectives. So certainly they also write the procedures for that. Though it is not expected by the standard that different procedures are to be written, but as far as objectives are concerned, standard says that how the objectives will be met, your action plan is required. So on the basis of that, some organizations nowadays have started methodologies or procedures for the objectives and targets itself. So we have to ensure during the audit that all this is in place. Then we have to review the applicable legal requirements. Here, I would like to ask one question to all of you in short and brief. Don't give complicated answer. Do you know the difference between statutory and regulatory requirements? Anybody of you? What is the difference between statutory and regulatory requirements? You can give example also. Only example. Difference between statutory and regulatory requirements. This is a word being used in almost all standards.
Can I try that? Okay.
Yeah, only try, but in brief.
Yeah, brief. Okay. Statutory could be based on a particular statute or law.
Okay.
Regulatory could be that the particular department or office at periodical intervals give some directions or guidelines or expectations or compliances. That I would think as regulatory. Yes.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. Anybody else? Otherwise, I will try to add some value. Mamta Tiru, you know something?
No, she's not there. I think you better carry on, sir.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So what I would add, Mr. Gurumurthy, that statutory normally is to be made public. Simple to understand. Mandatory to made public. And regulatory not mandatory to be made public, it is understood. For example, we might have gone through different hotels or other shops where we purchase or our friends purchase cigarettes. Every cigarette packet, either it is purchased in Calcutta or in Karachi or in Switzerland or Honolulu or Singapore, everywhere normally on the cigarette packet it is written statutory warning. Correct, Mr. Gurumurthy?
You are right.
Yeah.
You are right.
So it is to be made public that it is statutory warning. Cigarette smoking or smoking is injurious to health. Nowhere the word is used regulatory. Correct? So wherever it is to be made public, it is statutory. Wherever it is not, for example, zakat is being submitted to government, wherever we are working in Middle East. So that is regulatory. It is not to be made public in our website or etc. But it is regulatory. Is it clear?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next, then legal, then operational control of the process. So while conducting the audit, normally we come to know through risk management and different business processes and process flow diagram and control plan, quality plan, etc. Then how the operations of different departments are being controlled. Normally we are interested to control the process so that the output of the process, which is a product or service, is coming as a acceptable product or acceptable service. So through the audit, we only come to know whether we are complying or not complying, process control activities. Then the internal auditing and management review is the, I will say, diamonds of this or diamond outputs of internal audit process, because in that we come to know that where we are good and where we can be more better. I use the political words. So where can be more better? So that is what is the review, where everything is highlighted to top management, and without the top management review cannot be conducted because he is the only chairperson. So he guides us, he gives us the decision time to time during the management review that what can be done further if we are stuck up somewhere. And the decision taken by top management is ultimate. Nobody can challenge that. Am I clear, Mr. Said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then the management responsibility for the client's policies. Normally in the management review itself and other forums, the business top executives of business development department and the administrative department, HR department, etc., they decide on the client policy, client feedback, customer complaint or customer satisfaction index, that what should be our responsibility, what is going to be allocated, whether this responsibility should now be changed from QA manager to design manager, from design manager to EPC contractor manager, etc. So this can be done, and this is not possible only after the internal audit and during the management review audit, management review meeting. But the process starts of decision making from the internal audit itself. And the last but not least is that all the policy, objectives, legal requirements, responsibilities, authorities, competence, training, procedure, performance, customer complaint, internal audit, operational requirements, business plan, records, documents, records, everything we get a clear picture in the internal audit as well as the external audit. Is it clear? Now here I would like to one simplest question again. What is earlier I have asked about the role and responsibility. Now I would like to ask here one simple question. Do you know what is the difference between responsibility and authority? Any participant, please?
Authority. Okay, you want me to answer? Okay, let me try that.
Yeah.
Authority is the power delegated to you. It's a power. Okay, to the right that you carry. Responsibility is what you do. Okay, the duties. So they are very
Yes.
clearly distinct. What is possibly we can discuss is authority and accountability. That could be an interesting distinction. Anyway, okay.
Yeah. But normally this accountability comes in OSHAs. So question answer session, if suppose we get time, we will discuss that accountability also. Okay. Yes, Wasim Khan, you want to say something?
Yeah, actually, but I understand that the difference between the responsibility and authority is that responsibility is the duty which is assigned to you. Like if we talk about purchasing, it's a responsibility which is assigned to the purchase manager, and what he is doing, he is doing purchasing. So up to what extent he is authorized to do it by take the decision by himself? That is the authority. Or up to above that level, he has to take approval from somebody else. Means he is out of his authority.
Yes, very, very clear. I would like to add only a few things according to my experience. That responsibility, as Mr. Gurumurthy and Mr. Muhammad Wasim Khan has just now explained, it is the duty or for which we are paid for which we are hired in an organization, for what we are supposed to do in my organization. For me, that is my responsibility. Response and ability. According to my ability, whatever response is expected, that is response ability, that is responsibility. Am I clear? And what is authority? Based on my decision-making capability, whatever I can dictate or whatever I can talk is my authority. Normally, the authority is not given by the top management. It is shown my capability and my responsibility, and based on my responsibility, how colorful I take my responsibility, I own on my shoulders the responsibility and show to my management and customer. Authorities are being given by the top management most of the times, or it is being shown and then being taken. Authorities cannot be delegated down the level if we are going on holiday or vacation, but responsibilities can be given whenever we are going on vacation. Normally, authorities go upstairs and responsibility go downstairs. This is what I have learned through my experience. Next slide, please. Audit activity, site tour. Now, purpose is to develop a common bearing among the audit team members. This is the purpose. Because if the good frequency match is there, then certainly audit will be in a good cohesive mood, cohesive environment. Then overall impression, evidences of process, control, resource, regulations, objectives, man, material, method, machine, money, environment, processes, products, services, systems, etc. The information is gathered according to this. Then during site tour, the auditors are expected to, it is very important point, keep our eyes always open, ears open, keep the mouth mostly closed. As Mr. Said has explained you, we should be a good listener. So just close our mouth and just listen the noise, listen the voice, listen the, observe everything from the body language, from the whatever is going on the site, how they are running or they are not running, they are comfortable while working, though the customers are there, though we are a third party are coming, or though we as an internal auditor are coming, their regular practice is going on or not, or any hanky-panky is going on. Then look for evidences of adequacy of resource allocation. Sometimes you can observe that HR department or the production department or EPC department has told that 39 workers are working on the boiler fabrication, but we can see that only 3 workers are working. So we can have just our understanding why 3. So while coming to the office back, we can ask the question that you allocate, you say that there are boiler fabrication, 39 people are there as per your allocation team, but only 3 are working. So can you please explain where are they working and all that? Always ask positive questions, passionate, that we can ask further. Then observe hazardous operations and adherence to identify risk control. And when we observe whether it is being correlated in the risk register or not, that we have to ensure, and we can note it down somewhere in our notebook while conducting the site tour. Then as an auditor, we should monitor the activities, how the activities are going on. Wherever we go for the site activity, at least stand by over there for 5 minutes or 2 minutes and just observe. Don't ask the questions unless and until it tempts you too much. And then if you feel really that something is going wrong, then only ask your mouth, because workers are working. They might not be comfortable to talk while working with you. Okay, then the ensure permission and access if PTW is required, if it is being available, being approved, being allocated, being used, being known, being explained, etc. So all these things we should ensure. Then obtain that necessary people, security, health, safety, cultural norms, PP, etc. are being used effectively by all the people, either is a helper or is a operational technician or is a QC in charge or etc. Whosoever, if they are having a culture of security, safety, health, and all that, and whether they are following by all or only workers are following. If the external contractor is working on behalf of that particular organization, they are also following it or not, because you certainly can identify by the dress code or other things, uniform. Then ensure understanding of emergency procedure. That certainly can be, you can test. Normally, when we conduct, myself and Saeed have conducted around 300 audits in Middle East, correct, Mr. Saeed, for occupational health and safety. So in that scenario, we normally surprisingly ask the auditee, conduct the emergency situation, emergency, we want to see the emergency preparedness. Now have a whistle and share to all by your, what you say, loudspeaker, that emergency is there. We want to observe how your people behave in the emergency situation. That is called mock drill. So we, myself and Mr. Saeed, whenever we go to Qatar here and there, we normally conduct this type of, what you say, practical mock drill audits doing this. Correct, Mr. Saeed? You have conducted around 300 times. Yeah. Then ensure understanding of emergency procedure, and then while we come back to our office, we try to identify and correlate how the behavior of the workers was there and how the emergency procedure is being talking. Now, for your kind information, ISO has published recently in 2020-21, last year, November, ISO 45003. 2020-21, that is psychological standard for the health and safety while working for the workers. So this procedure, whether they have adopted or at least they have understood or not, that also we can ensure if time permits during our discussion. Correct, Mr. Said?
Yes, sir. I think
Yeah.
I would like
Then
to
do not
add one thing here. The importance of this slide is it's why we are insisting on to go for site tour. It's give you an idea what operations or what processes the organization is carrying, how they are implementing, how the persons are working inside the organization, because it's a very major part. Your site tour is a major part.
Yes.
It covers everything. Documentation
must
you can review it on your desk. Okay. So yes, sir. Please carry on. I think we have only 11 minutes or 10 minutes in hand. Then we will stop and resume at 2. Yes, please.
Yes. You let me know when to close.
Yes.
Yes.
Do not touch. Yeah, Guru Murthy. Yes, sir.
I have no idea.
Yeah. What we will do, Shahid, so we'll complete this slide. Okay.
Yeah.
And I requested earlier that after completing the slide, we will stop sharing the presentation. And I request everyone after that they can turn on their videos and we can click some pictures. And after taking the picture, we can have our break.
Miss, I didn't get you, sir.
What I'm saying now, I put a message earlier in the chat box, right? You can complete this slide. Okay, once you have completed this slide, then we will request everyone to open their camera so we can take a picture for the event which is going on, right?
Okay.
And then we can take a break, and then we will start at 2 o'clock. So you can complete this slide.
Okay.
Please, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So do not touch or manipulate any equipment. This is very, very important from safety point of view for all people working over there on behalf of organization and on behalf of our audit team or audit team. We should not touch any equipment, either whether it is a measuring equipment, monitoring equipment, or process equipment. We should not touch it. We should stand by at least 2 feet away from the equipment. If we have any question, any query during the site tour, we should ask the auditee or the people working over there with the permission of the auditee, so that we are safe, the people working over there are safe. And the next is ask for authorization before taking photograph. Yes. Normally, most of the big organizations, they don't allow the audit team to take your mobile also along with after entering to particular site for the site tour. And we should keep our mobile in our conference room while having a site tour. So normally this should be followed, and during the opening meeting itself, if possible, as a team leader, we should discuss and we should inform to the audit team and top management if they are attending the opening meeting that we are keeping our mobiles over there for security reason and confidentiality agreement. And if we want a photograph, we will request you to please take photograph and share with us. Am I clear, Mr. Seth?
No, what? Okay, you completed that,
Yeah.
Mr. Syed or Ms. Mamta. Can you stop sharing this presentation now?
Yeah. Hopefully, we have covered all this.
I believe so.
Huh?
Yeah, I believe so.
No more
Actually-
slides are there, I think.
No, you can stop
That's
sharing. You can stop sharing for the time being, and we'll start sharing. Okay, now I would like to request everyone if you guys can turn on your videos, so we can click a couple of photos before we'll start taking our break. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Come
please.
on, video. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Sajid is there. Mr. Syed, we are missing you. Huh?
Okay.
Your video is not there.
What about others? They're not there. Right?
I'm trying to call you. Mr. Hab, you're there. Mr. Shoaib, Mr. Yasser. They're coming up. Maybe they did not read the message. I put a message earlier so that everybody can get fresh and have nice picture. Okay. So I believe this is what we got as of now. So I'll just take the screenshot, and then hopefully by end of the session also we'll do some more clicks.
Just a second, sir. I think I have some.
Where is Mr. Sam?
You better take a picture. So my system has some issues. I think it's not.
No worries, no worries. So everybody's ready?
Yes. Excuse me.
Here we go. Okay. So we have that. So we will see you guys at 2 o'clock UAE time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you.
Meeting will be on. We'll be putting the mics only on mute. Yeah. So you guys are welcome at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
So we will resume at 2 p.m. Take your lunch, and whoever wants to go for prayer, they can. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I am there. Yes, sir. Completed. Okay. Yes. Everybody join?
Ajay, you are part of this. You are working in this W3 solutions, or I'm sorry to ask this question. Yeah, you are part of this, the W3 solutions.
Who?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't get your question. No. I just wanted to know Ajay, about Ajay's background. Thank you.
No, we will wait another 5 minutes because we're supposed to start at 2. We have 5 minutes. In the meanwhile, Mr. Gurumurthy, if you can let us know about yourself. We were not having time to have introductions since we got the opportunity.
Okay, I'm a former assistant general manager of State Bank of India. I was with SBA for 25 years. I resigned, then I went and joined Central Bank of Oman as a quality management expert. So I implemented ISO certification 9001 for currency management system there. And I was in the quality management department for them. Then at the moment, I'm the group general manager for Technowave International. I'm no longer practicing the quality management at the moment. One of the thoughts, I don't know whether we can talk in this forum, one of the thoughts which came to me is we provide asset management solution. So I thought, since you do a lot of, like certification, and which may include even, asset management as one of the certifications. Yeah. We can partner, which I later on I would like to talk. That's why I asked this question. We will later on talk and whether any collaboration, because we have signed up with many of the financial consultants like auditors, auditing firms who promote our product for the clients. So I'm just examining whether such a business collaboration is possible, about which I will certainly talk to you later.
So our plan is that at the end of the session, we'll provide you an email address where you can drop your inquiries, and obviously the participant who is wishing to get the certifications, they have to send us certain details. We will talk about that, and for the further details in the same email, you can drop your contact details. And we do have some projects. Even I have a meeting in the coming week for this one for asset management system implementation in a mid-sized group. I will not say it's a large. Okay. Mid-sized group, yeah. So surely we will see.
Wonderful. Just to add on, before others join, you can cut me anytime, because once others join, I can talk later. So like we have the Easy Track asset management solution is our proprietary solution. We have deployed in more than 100 companies in Middle East. So at the moment, we are doing for Radnik in UAE plus Hotel Indigo. We are in the advanced stage of completion. And we do to a lot of hotels, Intercontinental, Fujairah, the Shangri-La, and so on, Oman Air, and the Bahrain Customs, Bahrain Duty Free, and so on and so forth. So I'll be glad to talk to you later, through, as you said, I'll send an email and ask my sales guy to set up a meeting, or I will come and meet you and see how is there any mutually beneficial collaboration possible.
Surely. We'll work that out.
Sure.
No, it's okay. We can continue.
No, let's wait. If we can have at least confirmation for half of the participants, they are back, so we will start. Let's give them 5 minutes more. Whoever comes back, they can drop a message in the chat box, please.
Yeah, since others have not joined, and since you have a space for a question, I'll ask only 1 or 2 questions,
Sure.
just to enlarge the understanding. When we want to verify the compliance to a particular article or standard, sometimes you get sporadic evidence, of deviation sporadically. It is not a consistent failure of a system or process, but it is just when you do so many things, you commit one mistake. So the materiality, how do you attach the significance? I used to think it is more an intuition of the auditor, which has to come into play. So I just want your reaction on that.
Let Mr. Ajay add, then I'll add something on that. And I believe we have 1 or 2 slides on that as well. But anyway, Mr. Ajay can reply on that one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gurumurthy, for just putting this question on the table. Basically, nothing is intuition, to be frank with you. Whenever some dilemma situation is there and the auditor is not confident that to which particular clause it is to be correlated, and certainly we should not give non-conformity. And under that category, certainly it can be an observation or opportunity for improvement. And rather, before identifying it as an opportunity or observation, it should be discussed one-to-one, that is clear, and try to get more and more information from the auditee that this is the situation, and we should not tell to the auditee that I am in dilemma and all that, but try to get more and more information. And still, if we are not able to correlate with any particular clause or any standard, then it is better to put it as an observation or opportunity for improvement. That's my experience.
Okay, let me add something on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Murthy, and thank you, Mr. Ajay. I'll add something on that. See, if you remember earlier, we discussed about the principles of auditing, and the last principle was evidence-based decision making. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you're the question you put it. If I try to quote that one, you said earlier that if there are not lapses, which will basically put the process in risk, right?
Yeah.
So in case we have evidence of that deficiency, we can figure out the deficiency is there, and we have the supportive evidences. Okay, maybe it's required by the internal process of the organization, right?
Yeah.
In that case, based on the available evidences, we will categorize as a minor non-conformance. So this will come here where we have differentiation between minor and major. When there is any threat or to the performance of a process, or we are saying the process is not being followed properly or the results are not adequate for a process, then we go for the major non-conformity. In case minor deficiencies are there, which is not affecting the outcome or the final output of a process, right? We can consider them as a minor non-conformity, but only if the evidences are available. Now, when it comes to opportunities for improvement or observation, based on auditor's experience with the similar industry, right? If he's trying to compare them with the best practices and all that, and he figure out that and a point that he's identifying could be beneficial for the organization, there, in that case, auditor is putting that as an observation, or more correctly saying, opportunity for improvement.
Wonderful.
That's where we there was a slide for the inherent risk. I think there was a couple of other risks, right? In once we went through when we start doing the auditing. So basically, those risks are associated. I think first one was a detection risk, where an auditor is not able to detect the failure or detect a problem. Inherent risk, again, it comes from the auditor's background or auditor's experience or competency, that he sees that as of now, the company he's auditing is not exposed to that risk, but based on his past experience, based on his auditing experience and other industries that they are exposed to such risk, he's not able to consider that while doing the auditing. So inherent risk is there. Third one, it's not coming to my mind. So that's the reason we also put that one in one of the slides, those three risks when we are doing the audit, where auditor has to really use his past experiences, his competency, and we always suggest that auditor should be well versed with the industry he's chosen to do an audit for. So,
So nice.
so I hope that I clear the I give you proper answer for the question.
No, you gave a wonderful answer, because you linked it to with its impact on the output, and based on that you classify the severity of the best severity. You will classify minor or major. That's fine. I think you answered it. Second is one of the challenges I have always faced is to set up the KPI for whether it is for the individual department or to the things, to align it into one whole, like a pyramidal shape. The KPIs which are given to which cascades to at the lowest level to the department or sections, then it ultimately converges into the ultimate objective of the quality policy or whatever statement. Yeah. With this problem, I have always found this is one of the challenges I faced. I'm sure you would also be experiencing similar things. Any thought for the team? I'm raising this question not for me, honestly. There was a gap, so I thought you can use this as as an opportunity to elaborate here.
Okay, I'll answer this question, and then I will like that Mr. Ajay will extend his comments on that. For me, what I've seen personally when we do the audits, or as for my past 20 years experience. Now, when we talk about this setting up the objectives and relevant KPIs, main issue comes in that most of the organization, they don't have their corporate strategy in place. Like they didn't define their corporate objectives.
Yeah.
So problems start from the top. What happens? The practices that we are seeing when it comes to their implementing quality management system, they feel like it's something different. It's not a requirement for their business processes or business itself. So they try to figure out the KPIs just for the sake of KMS. Right? So when this gap comes in, it will have trickle-down effect on everywhere. You will define the objectives. You did not consider your baselines, existing baselines, or just you define the objective. Now you're trying to figure out the KPIs. Then we start facing such challenges. Mr. Ajay, you would like to add on anything on top of that?
You already covered it, Mr. Sam. I would just polish it that Mr. Gurumurthy, normally most of the organizations which are sizable and their top management is really practically implemented their business. I'm not talking about ISO. So normally they prepare a business plan at the start of the year or after the end of the year. They review it, they revise it, and for the next year again they review it and publish it, whatever, confidentiality is maintained and all that. So from business plan and from the business plan, the corporate objectives, as Mr. Sam told us, they should be linked. Okay, and from the corporate objectives, it should be percolated and should be divided, distributed, correlated with the different process and system objectives of every department. So in that case, if it is done, then certainly every department of every organization is responsible to comply with that particular KPI or the KRA or the objective. So in turn, the corporate objectives are also fulfilled or complied, and the business objectives are also complied. And lastly, I normally call quality management system as a business management system, not quality management system. Because what is quality? Quality is customer satisfaction. And what is customer satisfaction? Nothing but business. So all business related activities which are not confidential, even to employees, should be correlated with corporate objectives, and from corporate objectives, it should be linked with the departmental objectives. Normally, I have not seen any organization where the objectives, smart objectives are being linked to what person, each person or the designated person like manager or general manager. Normally, they are for department wise, not for individual level. But standard demands that it should be individual level and department function wise. So at least after the evolution of ISO published by ISO organization, after so many years, at least we have reached to a conclusion or to a level where at least department-wise objectives are nowadays being practiced. In earlier days, when we used to provide training or implement even the system, there were only corporate objectives. Correct, Mr. Sam? But now the objectives are at functional level at least. And I hope and I wish in next 5-10 years, the objectives or KRA related to person or designation related will be identified. Even in, but I have seen in some companies, IBM and Accenture, software companies, they have KRA individually in software industries. But in manufacturing organization or construction and oil and gas, I don't think that they have identified individually. That's my take.
Just to add one, I used to have this framework in bringing this into some kind of a harmony with the overall plan. I used to use the balanced scorecard approach, BSC approach, where the 4 perspectives I bring in: the customer perspective, process perspective, financial perspective, and the learning perspective. So from there, I distill 1 or 2 from each and then try to put it to the department. This is one approach I have always adopted. That's my style of working. This is something which gave me a holistic approach to giving objectives. One of the things, perhaps, as I told you, you can cut me anytime because there's a gap I'm talking. You can cut me anytime. One thing I found is you answer later. I need not answer now. There is a tendency for many departments to write a department objective, department quality policy like this. I always rebelled against it. I said, come on, you can't have multiple policies, multiple things. There should be one whole, it should be aligned to that end. So this is my approach was. Later on, you can give your perspective on that.
Sure.
Okay. So 2 things are there. There was a request for showing the checklist. I'll keep it for the last. We'll continue the training and we'll try to cover the rest of the topics, which is part of the training. So I'll give the floor to Mr. Ajay now. And once he will complete, so I'll show the checklist. I pull it out one checklist just for the sake of showing you guys. And Mr. Ajay, I believe we have 35 more minutes to conclude the presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
First, give me good to complete these 35 slides in 30 minutes.
We have to do some math. 22 slides are there and you can focus on more important points, I would say. Like now, since we are doing, I think we are on audit activities, there'll be some slides how to gather the evidences so you can just explain them, and then we will have our follow-up on audits. I think like closing meeting and follow-up on audits, it will be talking about the major and minor non-conformance. So the topics that we have to cover is hardly 5 to 6 points, I think. So if we give 5 minutes for each one, we'll be able to conclude in next 30 to 35 minutes, I believe.
Good care given to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, so now let us start. Hopefully all are now fresh after heavy lunch and good prayer. So it is now again time to go into the deepness of this particular knowledge world. Now, the last point of this slide is audit post tour. As we already discussed before lunch and our earlier during site tour, etc. Whatever information we gather during site tour, it is to be discussed with our audit team members and the team leader. And now certainly the audit team members and the team leader certainly will give us some glances that what can be done during conducting the audit. So that can be beneficial, all these observations while conducting the audit. And if required and if agreed by auditee and auditor both, then in that scenario, based on the observations, sometimes audit plan and its timing and scheduling and etc. can be revised. But mutual consensus should be there. Thank you. Next slide, please. Type of evidences: physical, documentary, circumstantial, testimonial. So as the title itself reveals, sometimes we get observations the observations means not the finding or the non-conformity. Sometimes we observe that the particular activity was done physically and it is complying or not complying. Sometimes we get the information through documents, procedures, manual, or the work instruction, or record, or specifications, or through the different compliance documents released by the third party. Sometimes based on the circumstances. For example, most of the time, the audit is when we talk about the customer complaint or internal rejections. Normally, the answer given by auditees is it happened that time, but after that we have taken action and nothing is happening. So this type of circumstantial evidence is, if they are repeating, as Mr. Gurumurthy also narrated, if they are repeating again and again, it means certainly the correction or corrective action taken was not of the same magnitude. And testimonials, normally whenever there are some evidences which we observe during the audit or during the site audit and all that, sometimes auditee also tries to impress us by showing the testimonials of the customer, from the customer or from different parts of the world, that our organization, we received this. So try to impress that. But we should be not biased and we should be professional and try to believe on the document or the observation, physical, practical, circumstantial, whatever it may be, so that we can correlate with the standard. As per my experience, unless and until a particular non-compliance is directly correlated with minimum at least one clause or the sub-clause, it cannot or it should not be called as a minor or a major non-conformity. That is what is my take. Next slide, please.
If you will let me add something before we go to the next slide. Yeah. So basically, the purpose of this slide, what we are discussing now, is that how to perform the audit. So we start with the opening meeting. And after the opening meeting, now as auditors, we will do the audit. So first thing we have to know about that, how or what type of evidences we will see when we are conducting the audit. So this slide is basically showing us those type of evidences. First one is physical, second one is documentary, third one is circumstantial, and fourth one is testimonial. So physical means we will observe the activities physically happening on the site, where we did our in part of the opening meeting, we did our site survey, right? Or you are doing an audit for a certain or particular department, and you're seeing how people are doing their day-to-day activities. So that will be physical evidence. As auditor, we will review. Second is documentary. So documentary, we are referring to the records or documents that we will review during the audit. And third one is circumstantial. Any circumstantial thing happened during the audit, any incident happened. So we'll review what is the response or how the auditee has responded to that unexpected circumstance, right? And the last one is testimonial, where we conduct the interviews of the auditee or auditee representatives to collect our evidences. So these are the type of evidences that we will use, or we will collect the evidences during our audit. Now we can move to the next slide.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Audit the methods for this audit activities. So first is all areas of the facility, working areas, welfare facilities. In short, normally when we say the scope of a certification or scope for the audit, normally the boundaries are defined directly, indirectly. Sometimes most of the organization nowadays, since the inclusion of ISO 9001:2015, the boundaries are defined. On the basis of that, issues are identified and then the scope is defined. So based on that, certainly wherever the working areas are there, manufacturing area or the storage area or the office area, administrative area, and all that. These areas are to be identified and to be audited as and when required and as applicable. And even some organizations declare that their canteen area or the cafeteria area is also being covered. I remember one of the company, Al Ansari, in Al Ansari laboratory in Oman, in Ghala area. They have, though it is not in their business scope because they are using purely calibration activity laboratory, Ghala area, but they have included their welfare facility for the birthday celebration and canteen area and all that. That forced us to audit on behalf of XYZ certifying body. So it happens. So we have to cover all these observations wherever the organization is insisting us. Secondly, examining records, testing, cross-checking. Company records, certainly it means the records which are being what I will say, developed or generated on the basis of the specifications or documents. Then the safety equipment, we have to certainly check, though it is a 9001 standard or environmental standard or any other standard. Normally, this is the time has come that we have to cross-check the safety equipment, its performance and all that, and its records as well. Then most of the time what happens that the secondary items which are used as a secondary item for the main manufacturing process equipments like chains, ropes, lifting tackle, pressure vessels, etc., chain pulley block and all that. So normally what happens in the calibration lab when we go, normally sometimes these records are kept over there. Sometimes these records of the calibration are kept in the laboratory. Sometimes the calibration record are kept in the maintenance department, sometimes in the production, and sometimes in the quality control department. So normally, at least we have observed that these inspections are mandatory as far as government is concerned, as far as company working is concerned. So we have to cross-examine these records as well along with the management system implications, its compliance and requirements. And the third is interaction and inquiry. Top management and executives, certainly when our opening meeting is there, we have to ensure and we have to discuss and give our message that we are going to discuss with the top management during this phase of audit, either it is internal audit or external audit. Top management and executives should be audited, the process owners in the terms of ISO language. Then all workers and contractors, certainly we cannot audit and we cannot ask questions or observe, but certainly on sampling basis, we certainly can ask and we should ask. At least the policy they know, and policy word by word, it is not expected from them. At least the intent of it should be clear from them in their own language. We should not expect they should tell everything in English. So normally this happening, and contractors, certainly it is also expected from contractors. And sometimes some organizations believe that their visitors, if they are coming, and on the day of audit, if visitors are coming, they insist, management representative office to the auditors, please audit our visitor on sampling basis. They should not misunderstand, but we should. So normally most of the big organizations, they display the quality policy and objectives or other standard objectives and policies in their visitor room. So normally they should also know that what we do and what is our ambition, mission, vision and mission. That's all from my side. Mr. Sam, would you like to add something in that?
Yes, sir. You have almost covered everything. So it's fine. It's fine. We can move to the next slide.
Yeah. Auditor's approach. This is very tricky information, and it should be in heart and in mind in every auditor. Whenever he is conducting an audit, either it is internal or external, he should always be alert, responsive, and observative. Wherever he is going, whosoever he is talking, every time he should be alert. Whether while reading any party or reviewing any document, his ear should also be so responsive that what is going to be discussed on that side of the table should also be captured if possible. It can be used as an information, gathering of information, can be used afterwards. Then clarify whenever unsure. Because normally we are conducting the audit, if a third-party audit is there, then we are going to that particular organization only first time or second time, and only for 1 day or 2 days. So at that time, whenever there is any confusion for our understanding, we should get it clarified from the top management or from the concerned relevant focal person. Then once we get a satisfaction of our any question or any query or any confusion, we should summarize and should make sure that it is being approved by the concerned authority of that particular organization or the department, yes, the information is accurate, whatever is being confronted. Now, then always the auditor should be positive, he should be calm, cool-minded, and his objective, and he should be not attached with that particular organization or any person or any friend whosoever is working in it or working in that organization or has become friendly. Then only professionally unbiased audit can be conducted. We should be courteous, alert, and responsive. Always we should be alert. Already we have discussed. Then do not jump to conclusion or make assumptions without any objective evidence and understanding their side also. Like in high courts and judgmentals it happens. Likewise, we have to be, all objective evidence should be available. If not, then again we should discuss, make it clarification, and then only we should jump to a conclusion whether it is complying or non-complying. Always we should use a voice which is soft, friendly, genuine, and convincing. We should not confuse our auditee at any point of time. Otherwise, we will not get what we actually wanted to. Maintain a business-like, non-judgmental attitude, because it should be positive attitude always. Normally, what happens whenever we conduct opening meeting or conduct audit or in the closing meeting, some 20%, 10% people always are there in any organization. They don't understand either, or they don't want to understand, or they want to show in front of the top management that they know better than the auditor. So in such a case, it is always better to avoid the debate and let us give respect to our client or the other departments if it is internal audit. If during the audit opening meeting and closing meeting, whatever we say, and if they say something, no, it is for improvement or this whatsoever is there, then we should accept it. And at the same time, if they ask from us any improvement ideas, don't talk through only a vocal way. Only we should put it on words in our audit report. That will be always better for that organization to improve upon. Always be friendly, but not friendly too much. And we should be empathetic and a little bit serious as well. And we are not the judge. We are not the high court judge, legal judge of that particular organization. Because on the day of the audit, we are conducting audit on sampling basis. So one sample cannot tell, and we are not authorized and we are not master. They are master in their process. We are not master in their process. So it is always better. We are not judgmental. We always correlate all findings related with the standard, whichever they are applying or whichever we are auditing according to the criteria being stipulated in the audit plan. Any addition, Mr. Sam or Mr. Said?
No, sir, that was perfectly fine, and you have covered everything. Much appreciated.
Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. Audit activities, sampling techniques. Why, what, how? I already told you, we have discussed that normally when preparing the checklist, why and how should be our prominent questions. So auditor cannot verify everything. The time is short. Either it is internal audit or external audit. And that is why sampling techniques are used. Those who are from manufacturing side, they might be aware that normally 1.5 AQL level is normally used. Means 1.5 acceptable level is normally acceptable quality level is being used for the sampling of the products or sampling of the different service providers. So this type of sampling has to be done, and that is why important. But it is the experience and the skill of the auditor that which sample is to be used. Normally, you might have heard that the auditee says to the auditor that, oh, you taken only that sample which has a problem. So it happens by virtue of experience and going into the details of documents. Normally, auditor picks that particular thing which is having some XYZ issues or concerns. And selection of sample also depends upon what we want to achieve as an audit goal. As an auditor, for example, I have gone into the manufacturing department. So what I am expecting as an auditor, I am expecting that all the maintenance is being done on time and the productivity is more. That is ultimate manufacturing department is for. But if the productivity they are not getting much more, it means either maintenance is not good or the process control is not good, or it is not being given. So combination of all these documents certainly can lead to a particular document, that is the process plan or the quality plan. So through that we can enter into it. So use of the sampling plan normally can be used, and we can pick a sample which is really going to answer all these questions. And the last is the How? By using adequate and appropriate method relevant to the audit. We should ask only relevant questions related to particular sample, related to that particular audit criteria, that particular standard, particular scope, particular capability, responsibility, and authority of the auditee. Sometimes what happens when we are conducting the audit, top management or his HOD or the process owner comes and the actual auditee goes for XYZ break. And in that scenario, the HOD may not know everything. What is that? What is the answer of a question? So it is always better to ask some adequate questions relevant to the top management leadership. And once the particular auditee enters into the room, then certainly we should ask him the technical question. So by this, we can balance the time and we can get more and more information when the two separate people are attending that particular time. Next slide, please. Audit activity sampling techniques. Do not ask auditor to select sample. Yes, that is understood. We have to select the sample. We can ask them that you bring the different process activities or dispatch activities or customer order, per se LPO activities, and we select from them. And random sample should be used. Normally, I use at least myself and Mr. Saeed, whenever we conduct the audit for 9, 14, 45 and food safety and other standards, we normally use the sample of the previous month, where the activity is totally being completed. So we get the idea of whole process, how they have conducted, how they have complied, whether they have complied or not complied. So that is the best way to get a sample. Then benefits of sampling certainly reduce the number of items tested because we cannot give much more time in that. And risk of reaching a false conclusion certainly, because if we will go into the different documentation or different records of different categories of products or process, then certainly we can have a mess up because we are not master of their processes. So it is always better to have a particular sample in such a way which will reduce the risk and which will reduce the risk of our false auditing as well, because we are not master of everything. And the next is limitation of sampling can result in uncertainty in audit findings, and number of samples depend on risk level, size, and scale of organization, criticality of business process. In such a way, I would like to add over here, based on if we start any particular audit, certainly we should get the idea of the customer complaints and its corrective action and internal rejections. So based on at least 2-3 things and internal failures and risk escalated or decreased, on that basis certainly we can use a sample, and from that sample certainly we can get more and more information from that particular department. Next slide, please.
Yeah, Mr. Singh, please.
Yes, sir. Actually, my question was that how we determine the sample size.
Let's wait for the next slide.
How many samples we have to collect? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Let's wait for the next slide. I think you'll find a solution in next couple of slides for that.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Okay, can we move to the next slide, please? There you have the answer, right? Basically, we have to take the sampling approach as per our experience, as per the customer what we are doing audit for. So these are the method of sampling, which include random, systematic random, stratified, block selection, and based on the judgment. Normally, the experienced auditors, they go with the based on the judgment, because as you are experienced auditor, and if you have past history with the client also, you know where could be the chance of failure, right? So you will try to utilize more time in those processes or areas instead of putting as a random sample that I will take some random samples. Usually random sample approach is not preferable, but systematic random is preferable, where we start choosing the samples from specified intervals. For example, if we have 100 sample to check, so we will make a decision that we will check every 10th of the sample, like number 10, number 20, number 30, number 40, 50, and so on. Then we have stratified, which is by subset groups, right? So, and then block selection. Block selection mostly comes in manufacturing. So where there's different batches of productions are going on, and we'll choose only one batch out of 10 batches of the production, right? So these are the sampling techniques we can choose. while we're doing the audit, based on the type of the customer, based on how many number of samples we have to review. Yeah, Mr. Ajay, if you would like to add anything on that.
Yeah, you already almost covered, Mr. Sam. Only I would like to add that normally, as per practice being followed, that certification bodies, third-party auditors, normally they select 3 samples. And in the internal audit as well, 3 samples can be picked considering all the advantages and disadvantages of this particular slide. That's all.
Okay. Clear.
So we can
Because
move to the next slide.
3 samples may cover 3 different product lines. 3 samples may cover 3 different services. 3 samples may collect different situations or different months. So we get a fair enough idea for that.
Yeah, I'll add on that. Why 3, I will add something on that. Normally, like when you are, as an auditor, you are preparing your audit report, it is some kind of, you can say, a requirement. Then when we are saying that a certain requirement is fulfilled, it has to be backed up by a evidence, sampled evidence. So when we are putting the samples, always it's a required or it's deemed good that will put 3 examples of the samples. You will do maybe sampling for more than 3, but in the reporting, wherever you need to put the evidences against a requirement where you are seeing that, okay, the compliance has been reviewed for certain point, and we have seen or we have reviewed 1, 2, 3 samples for the same purpose. So for reporting purpose, always required to put at least 3 samples for each requirement. So that's where Mr. Ajay was mentioning 3. You can do more than 3. It depends on the time, how much time you have for each process or each activity that is being practiced with the auditing.
Sam, just I want to get some clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, you are saying that for each process or each activity, we will take 3 samples, you are saying. Now, how do we distill the conclusion? Like out of 3, let us say 2 is compliant, 1 non-compliant, 3 is non-compliant, or 1, 2 is compliant, or other one is like this. Let us say assume that. Or are you saying that in order to demonstrate or evidence non-compliance, at least 3 samples should be shown to have been on? Is that the point you're making? So can you clarify on that?
I will clarify, sir. Basically, see what happens if you see the certification process or any audit process. When we act as auditors, right, we compile the report, and then maybe in internal audit case, we are working as an auditor, and the team leader, or I will say the department head for the auditing department, he want to see how effectively we have did the audit, right? So when we compile our report, there we will mention supporting 3 evidences to make it objective evidence. We will not just say that I was doing an audit and I found everything is adequate as per the requirement. We cannot say like that. We will put in our report that while doing the audit, I have seen sample ABC, I have seen sample DEF, and I have seen sample, let's say XYZ. And they are as per the prescribed or as per the requirement of the process or procedure or any other requirements. Now, when we talk about this one, non-compliance, it can be, now, as we discussed earlier, there is 3 gradings. We have to assure, first thing, that it's compliance to the requirement. If it's not compliant, whether there are minor lapses on that or whether the whole process is jeopardized. You know, it could be from one process, one sample itself, where you see that, okay, let's assume we are doing audit on procurement department, and the process says for purchasing one item, let's start from there, that the procurement department has to obtain 3 quotations. Then the second step, they have to make a comparative analysis, right? Third step, based on analysis, they have to raise the PO. After raising the PO, 4th step, they have to ensure the delivery on time. And for that, there will be, when we say documented evidence, there will be quotation or proposal copies. There will be analysis copy also. There will be then purchase order copy. There will be then delivery note copies, right?
Yes.
So we will go through the process, and if we are seeing that in the comparative analysis, they mentioned 3 quotations, but we don't have the documents. We did not see the proposals.
Okay.
So it will become a critical issue. 2 proposals you've seen, 1 is missing, might be missing of records, right? But when 3 proposals are not there, that means the process is jeopardized. There is nothing available. Somebody mock up the prices,
Absolutely.
right?
Okay.
And
Got
take
it.
the process from there.
Got it. You made the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah.
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Pre-evaluation activities, generating audit findings by individual auditor, ensure ongoing feedback to auditees, summarize findings, non-conformances, OFAs, keep the supporting evidences handy. And actually, this in this particular slide, we would like to share with you all that whatever findings we are finding out as an observation, while observing, while going through the different documentation review or the implementation audit, site audit, or on-site audit, or remote audit, whatever. So we are going to collect the more and more information, evidence as a compliance or non-compliance, both. And in that, we will summarize it, and then categorically, certainly we ourselves as an individual auditor, what I think it will be non-conformity, conformity, or opportunity for improvement. If non-conformity, then according to which clause? Then it is minor or major. So all this information according to individual auditor of the team member, as a team member, I will summarize. And then we will all sit together as an audit team, and we will discuss every individual non-conformity being identified by every individual audit team member. And then ultimately, we will come to a consensus. How many NCs to be shown, not to be shown, this can be major or this can be minor, and etc. Once this particular thing is done, then we are ready for the decision. Then our team leader will approve it. He should approve it. That yes, this is a major, this is a minor, this is not even major or minor, it is just an observation, or even it is not an observation, it is just a OFI, or otherwise keep it away. We will not include this in our audit report and all that. Once it is done, and sometimes what happens in some organizations that before conducting the closing meeting, the focal person of the particular organization, I'm talking about third-party audit, the focal person or the management representative is being invited to discuss with the team leader. Normally, and a one-to-one interaction happens with team leader and he tries to inform him that these are the observations, these are the OFI, these are the non-compliances, these are major, these are minor, these are the good points and all that. So do you agree with this? Because he should be first convinced, otherwise he will, in front of all, in the closing meeting, he says it is not acceptable, this, that. So normally it becomes into a debate mode and all that. So it is always better, I suggest that before conducting the closing meeting, the concerned focal person should be invited. Mr. Sam, would you like to add something?
Yes, sir. I'll just add a few words. So we agree when we start doing the audit or conducting the audit, first activity is conducting the opening meeting. Then we start doing our audit, right? By means of observing the evidences which we discussed in a few earlier slides. Now, third part is like once we completed our planned audit activities, now the last part of the audit is to do a closing meeting. But before doing the closing meeting, we should prepare our results. Now, what we report in the closing meeting is not we will not report our audit. We will not submitting our audit report. Main idea is that to notify the auditee of the outcome related to the pertinent audit. So to disclose the results, we have to first finalize what are the results. Like mostly it's relevant to the non-compliances or non-conformities. So herein we have 2 cases when we are working as an individual auditor and when we are working as a team. So in first case where we are working as an individual auditor, so we will prepare our outcome of the results. We will prepare our non-conformities as irrelevant to minor, major, or observation, but we will decide on what we have to report to in the closing meeting. When we work as audit team, all the auditors, they do this job. They submit all their identified observations or non-conformities or deviations to the lead auditor, and the lead auditor or the team leader decide whether he has to classify as a major non-conformance, whether he has to classify as a minor non-conformance, whether he will be considering as an observation. And obviously, it will be based on the evidences. And as Mr. Ajay earlier said, that top management we can have, it's always good to have a closing meeting or discuss the point with the top management before going for a proper closing meeting. because some facts and figures or evidences you have to put in front of the management. And most important, which is a common issue when we report such things in the closing meeting, the top management of different organizations or clients, they start making people responsible for the mistakes. As auditors or as practicing the ISO standards, one thing is for sure, that we are working on the process improvement. Any deficiency, any problem happened, it is basically related to the process, not the people. If a person make a mistake, maybe he's not being advised or guided enough that he will avoid that mistake. So such issues we can discuss with the leadership of or top management of the organization prior to going for a proper closing meeting. And I think we can move to the next slide.
Yes.
So these are some.
Yeah, you continue, sir.
Okay. So this slide is basically when we have identified as a finding or non-conformance, how to put it on the paper, how we should write the words. So it says clearly state the exact nature of the deficiency. I think it's very clear. Don't generalize. That's always a problem. The auditors makes a problem that they generalize in the wording. No, you have to precisely mention the problem, right? Express the problem with reference to the language of the requirement. Requirement means if these requirements could be from the process of the organization, which is in most of the cases when we do the internal audits, because internal audits will be done against the procedures of an organization which they have developed to fulfill the international standard or other regulatory or statutory requirements. So we will put reference, for example, procedure ABC and clause number so and so, and the requirement says this, and because the requirement says that it's not being fulfilled, so this is the deficiency. As I said earlier, we have to avoid generalization. We will not criticize individuals for lapses. It's not their mistake. Problem is with the process. Maybe onboarding process. Maybe they don't know what to do, or maybe they're not technically qualified enough, but they're on working on the job. So we have to use familiar terminologies which our auditee can understand. Always, when you're writing the observations or findings, do not use extreme language. And the last point, avoid contradictions and indirect expressions while writing the non-conformities or findings. Mr. Ajay, you want to add anything on that?
Yeah, only one or two things. Already it is being well explained. One thing is normally when we read the standard, suppose 20 times, 30 times, always while reading third time or ninth time or seventh time, etc., we will get different impression and different information, because in that scenario, we read between the lines in the standard, while reading the standard I'm talking about. But when anybody reads our audit report or audit finding report or NCR report, whatever is the terminology, there should not be any read between the lines. As Mr. Sam told us, it should be clear, no extreme language. What is observed, what is required, what is not complying. As simple as that. Being specific, like we identify the objective as SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time bound. Likewise, our terminology or writing or the wording or the paragraph should be such that it is specific and easy to understand. No much lengthy words, like I'm talking too much lengthy, so not like me, but very simple words, very simple language, so that a simple person who is either from the commercial background but not from technical background, he also should understand. So that should be the methodology. Thanks, Mr. Sam.
Thank you, sir. We can move to the next slide now.
Yeah. How many slides remaining now?
I think we can conclude. Now we are talking about the grading of audit findings. And
major findings.
Yeah, so this is basically for the categories of the findings. Then we will have to cover about writing the report. Yeah, closing meeting and writing the report and follow-up actions. So 3 or 4. So we might skip some of the slides. I will guide them to skip some slides, but you can explain this one, Mr. Ajay.
Okay. Now this grading of audits were here in our particular slide, we are showing first two sons, we can say. One is non-conformance, and which is non-conformance, that is opportunity for improvement or the observation. Okay. So wherever a grading of audit findings is in terms of non-conformity or observation of opportunity for improvement. If finding is positive, means it is compliant, so that is not covered over here and no need of covering over here. Okay. Now non-conformances, already it is being shown that it major or minor. Normally minor non-conformity already being stated, occasional failure in various areas. But if the repetitive occasional failures are there, repetitively it is there in the same process or another process also. For example, training non-compliance is there in the administration department, quality assurance department, design and development department, procurement department, quality control department, and training is a major non-conformity. Likewise, so if the minor non-conformity happens of the same clause or same requirement of the same nature in different functions, then it is going to happen a major. But certainly decision is to be taken by the team leader, not by the team member itself who has audited it. And major is the basic and the important non-conformity of any standard. That is, legal non-compliance is there, it cannot be minor non-conformity, first. Secondly, non-fulfillment of the requirement, any clause. For example, outsource activities in earlier standard or this standard also, outsource activity and control over it is the responsibility of the parent organization. But if it is not being exercised through the purchase order, through the specifications, through the process plan, quality plan, inspection plan, etc., whatever is being defined in the manual or the procedure, then certainly this is going to be a major compliance if it is not complying with the standard requirement. And third is accumulation of number of minor non-conformities already being stated. Fourth, it can be added, though we are not shown over here. Fourth, it can be added wherever our top management or the customer complaints are being identified, because top management is our internal strongest customer. Means in the management review or in the strategic direction, the word being used in the standard, if it is not complying with that, then certainly major non-compliance can be given. But normally in the certification audit by the third party, no major non-conformity or even minor non-conformity is being exercised to be given to the top management under clause number 5. But certainly in the management review, it can be given as an opportunity for improvement or for observation, but not in the clause number 5. Normally, most of the certifying bodies, they shift it from clause number 5 to clause number of management representative, management review and all that.
Yeah,
so this is in all. And yeah. Yes, sir, I done.
No, I was just referring to the clause number 9.3. In all of the almost all of the standards as per Annex SL, this is 9.3 now. Yeah.
Okay.
So we can move to next slide, please.
Observation of opportunity. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
Yeah. All identified areas for potential improvements, and OFI is not an NC, and it is suggestion for improvement and does not call for compulsory action. Now here we will understand that all identified areas of potential improvements, they are covered under this. So that they can be called observation or opportunity for improvement. Most of the time in the observation or opportunity for improvement, no reference of any clause is mandatory. But as far as minor and major non-conformity is to be stated, we have to give the clause number, as Mr. Sam has already told us. And that is why when clause number is not given, it doesn't become a non-compliance. It means their clause number is not given. So it is not a non-conformity. And the last is, it is a suggestion. Now, if suggestion is accepted by the organization or by the department in case of internal audit, it is good for them. If they don't accept, it is up to them what we can do. But certainly it is expected that at least the suggestions are covered in their revised risk management plan, so that the NC is avoided in the next certification audit. This is what is that. And the last point in that, but clearing the point number 8, identified areas of potential improvement. So all the opportunities for improvement are for future, not for immediate effect. So it is to be adjusted, accepted, understood well and confidently by the auditee, then only improvement can be made. If it is not accepted and not understood by the auditee, then certainly there is of no use of giving or identifying or declaring a OFI. So it is better to avoid or to give less and less OFI as far as possible. This is my experience. What is your take, Mr. Sam?
Sir, you have covered everything, and obviously,
Yeah.
when it comes to the opportunity for improvement, only one point you have to consider that when auditor is identifying something for observation opportunity for improvement in the follow-up audit, when you are working on as an auditor in the follow-up audit, you have to cover that part. And normally, these opportunity for improvement for observations are a point where auditor feels like it can cause a problem in the process. Performance. It can cause a problem for the auditee. So in the follow-up audits, we always start from reviewing those points that we have identified in the earlier audits to make sure that they did not found any failure relevant to the process. If then you find the failure, it will be categorized in the following audits as it will be graded as a non-conformity. We can move to the next slide. So in this slide, we have basically the three elements when we write a non-conformance report or corrective action report. So these are the two terms which are used for non-conformance report or corrective action report. So what are those elements? First is a statement of non-conformity, the description of the problem that you have seen in a process, on auditee's department or relevant to the procedure. And when we're writing that description, again, express the problem in the words of a requirements relevant to the procedure of the customer. In third-party audits, we will always utilize or use the language of the standard requirements. Any of the applied standard against which we are doing the audit may be quality management system, maybe environmental management system, or maybe health and safety management system. Whatever is applicable when we're doing the audit, we refer to the avoided requirements of the standard. And very important point, again, as Mr. Ajay said earlier, remember, if you cannot express the problem in the words of a standard procedure or contract, then you have no non-conformance. As Mr. Ajay said, if we cannot link it with the requirement stated by the standard, it will not be considered as a non-conformance. It will go as a observation. Okay. And the second thing that has to be added in the non-conformance report, evidence of the NC. As I stated earlier, that a problem cannot be categorized as a non-conformance if, as auditors, we don't have evidences available. It could be an evidence of a conducted interview with the person of the staff. You can refer to a document which was missing during the audit that you were not able to see. So those will be considered as an evidence. So we'll write a description of the non-conformity or the deficiency, and then we will write the evidence that is supporting that related to that. And third one, we have to write up the system requirement, means management system requirement. We have to refer, as I mentioned earlier, clause 9.3, when we are identifying a non-conformity related to management review meeting requirement. And it's advisable that we will not stick only to the main clauses. We can go to sub-clauses, 9.3.A, 9.3.B. So it has to be very specific. Always give good starting point for the auditee to understand the requirement and then come up with the correction and corrective action if we are giving a proper direction or reference towards the clause number of the standard. So elements of NCR include all identified areas of potential improvement. So this is the same repetition what we did in last slide, just as a notes. In the meanwhile, we have a question from Mr. Jose. He mentioned in the OFI, do we have a particular deadline for the auditee to comply? And same question for the non-conformance. Now, since we are talking about the internal audits, first I will answer the first part of the question, which is whether we are required to have any deadline for related to the opportunity for improvement and observation. Now, talking about opportunity for improvement and observations, it's just a point that auditors have highlighted for the improvement. There is no requirement for the follow-up actions. It's purely intuition of the auditee if they want to take an action. But normally it's recommended to take action so that we can avoid the future problems, because if auditor is suggesting something, he is suggesting based on his past experience. He is doing audit for different industries. And most of experienced auditors, if they are identifying something as an observation or OFI, that is for the sake of improvement of the organization. So specific answer is that we are not required to take any action or report a taken follow-up action to the auditor. So that means we don't have any deadline for the actions that will take against the opportunities for improvement. Now, talking about the non-conformance in the internal audit, basically it's a mutual agreement between the auditee and auditor or auditing department that how much time they need to close the non-conformance. But when it comes to external audits, yes, in case of external audits, the certification bodies do have their procedure or do have the requirements, and normally for the internal audit, most of the certification bodies allow 15 working days to respond. And when it's major non-conformance, surely in case of major non-conformance, we have to do a re-audit, which is possible within 6 months from the date of audit. After 6 months from identified major non-conformance, it will go for the complete audit again. Mr. Ajay, you would like to add anything for?
Yeah, already you have covered. Basically, as far as major non-conformity is, suppose same question for the NCs. You have asked Mr. Jose. The thing is that NC, as Mr. Sam told, major and minor. So if it is a minor, then certainly during the next audit by the certifying body, it can be cross-checked. It's correction and corrective action physically, but it's the correction and corrective action can be submitted through email or through paperwork. Whatever objective evidences are being collected, it can be submitted to certifying body. As far as major is concerned, again depends upon the certifying body and the client agreement, whatever is being done in the contract. That if the major non-conformities are being found, then again follow-up audit will be conducted within a period of 6 months. It means, again I repeat, it means that the major non-compliance should be closed within 3 months, and then you should implement it. So for the 3 months, you may take time for closing, and after 3 months, you are implementing based on the correction and the corrective action. So when the auditor will come for the follow-up audit, he will understand and will get the feel that yes, you have implemented and you have complied and you have proven that the correction and corrective action are of the same magnitude, which is being expected by the standard and which is expected by the problem being identified as a non-conformity in the audit report. Am I clear, Mr. Sam?
Yes, sir, purely clear. We can move to the next slide. We are crossing the time now, so we'll cover now the important points. Okay.
One question before you move to the next slide.
Yeah.
You have put in the NCR three aspects. The third one is a system non-compliant, where there's a system requirement which is violated. So what you are saying is, even though it may not be a requirement under the standard, if the company's system requires it and they have not followed, it can still be classified as NCR. Is that understanding correct?
Yes, sir, purely correct. Because see, when organizations write their procedures or practices, they follow the standard requirement, because standard just provide us a guide, right? Exact requirements we identify always in our procedures as a company or as an organization.
Okay.
So wherever we are not following our own procedure requirement, it will be considered as a non-conformance.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine.
But their auditor have to take a decision whether it's a minor or it's a major, based on, again, as I said, on the output or performance of a process. If it's impacting the process performance, for me, it will be considered as a major.
That's right. That's right. Then one more question. In the last slide, you put the elements of NCR. Under that, you put OFI is not an NC. You put, then why did you bring OFI under the elements of NCR? It is a separate 3 different classifications, right? Why was it under NCR? Then you were clarifying that. If you go back to the previous slide, it was a bit confusing to me.
Sure.
Can you please look at the previous slide?
I'll request them. Can we go back to the previous slide?
Yeah. So you are saying that under the elements of NCR, and OFI is not an NC, then why is it forming a component or the element of the NCR?
Might be there's some typo error in that one in the heading.
No, Mr. Sam, it is not error.
Okay.
May I explain?
Yeah, please. The second paragraph from A, B, C, D, and until F.
Mr. Sam?
Yeah, sir. You can take over.
Yeah. See, Mr. Gurumurthy, your observation is correct. I think you are a seasoned, experienced, expert auditor. So I salute and congratulate you because you are running a business and all that. The thing is that why in that particular slide, in that hierarchy was shown, you are talking about that slide, correct?
You're right.
Yeah. So in that one was non-conformity, another was observation oblique opportunity for improvement. See, scenario is that what is the expectation of the standard, or what is the expectation of any organization or the owner of an organization or the board members, that today also in my organization there should not be any problem, and tomorrow also there should not be any problem. Correct? Today also I should make a profit, tomorrow also I should make a profit. Today also my employees should be happy, tomorrow also my employees should be happy. Correct? Today whichever employees are working in my organization, tomorrow they should continue. So considering all these practical scenarios, that is why the slide has been made specially by myself and Mr. Said to ensure that NCs are considered for today's scenario. And whatever is going to be future or potential non-conformity, that is nothing but opportunity for improvement or observation. Only nomenclature or name is different. We have not put the word potential non-conformity, or the ISO has not put the word potential non-conformity. It has put the word in a positive manner, opportunity for improvement. If you will not improve, if we are giving you observation, if you are not implementing, then certainly it is going to be a future non-compliance. So it is through the risk management methodology in tech. Is it clear?
Okay, fine. Okay, that's a very interesting interpretation. Okay, thank you.
So
Sam, okay, no?
Yeah, sir. Okay. I'm jumping in only from the things I'm seeing it. Okay, we can go to the next slide.
Importance of interviewing. So
these are just points. We can skip it, and the participant.
Yeah, we can skip because already we have discussed a lot about all this.
Exactly. So next slide, please. Again, next slide. Important points.
Already we have discussed this.
Yeah. Important points is just for the reading only, and they can refer to these afterwards once we share the materials. Okay.
We will share the PPT. Yeah.
Surely. Next, please.
This
also this one. I want to see the slide for closing meeting now. Can you move to next slide? Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So, Mr. Ajay, you can just...
Yes, closing meeting. So now it is this, correct? Audit is over. So we have come to a table where again drinks will be, tea will be served, and we will be sitting there after our discussion with the top management before the closing meeting and focal person. And our team leader has decided that how many non-conformities in which department, how many are major, how many are minor, how many are observations, how many are OFI, etc. Categorically, which particular clause is more crucial, which crucial areas have been identified, etc., which are affecting the customer, which are affecting the profitability, which are affecting the business, which are affecting the legal requirements, etc. So considering all these, the team leader and his team is ready and the closing meeting has started. So first of all, on a positive note, we have to start the closing meeting. That thank you very much for giving us an opportunity, giving us all the compliments, assistance, and facilities, infrastructure, everything you have given, everything, smiling faces and cooperative staff, cooperative people, cooperative employees, good environment, all that. So we have to greet them, we have to congratulate them, and we should thank them. Thanks. And then we should, at this meanwhile, some of our audit team member will circulate the attendance record. Normally, it is expected that whosoever has attended the opening meeting should at least attend the closing meeting, in addition to the top management if he has not attended the opening meeting. Then after that, again, we have to repeat whatever we have stated in the opening meeting, that this was the audit objective, which was agreed mutually between auditee and auditor. This is the audit scope, which was agreed again between auditee and auditor. This was the audit criteria. This was the standard applicability. This was the disclaimer, or this was the concession being demanded, etc. Then normally the confidentiality, again we have to repeat, emphasize that already we have made a confidentiality agreement with your organization, and we all are abiding all the rules and regulations of it. Then we will start slowly while writing the audit findings. Though it is written like this, first we will see the positive points, that is OFI or the observations. Once it is complete, then normally people will settle down somewhere, our audit team. Then we will talk about start from minor and last should be major. I'm just joking. So that way also can be done. And then we should get the right. So our team leader will talk about all these things. Then certainly the areas for concern, if suppose we have not identified it as a OFI also, observation also, NC also, major or minor, then area of concern, that is unofficial. Area of concern is unofficial, may be discussed openly or with the top management after completion of closing meeting or before conducting closing meeting along with the top management. This can be discussed. Sampling basis, again we have to emphasize that this was the sampling methodology. This was the methodology of conducting the audit, and this was done, and these were the limitations of timing and all that. So we have taken and gathered this particular information. Then recommendation, if suppose we want to recommend, if no major non-conformity is there, certainly we are free to recommend for the certification unless our technical reviewer team approves it. You are recommended. If there is any query from technical team, then certainly the decision can be changed. But 99% of the time, our decision is being granted by the technical team. Our competence is being approved by our technical team as far as the last experience is concerned. And then, if at all it is a major non-compliance, then certainly follow-up action recommendation will not be done for continuation of the certification as far as third-party audit is concerned. And then follow-up actions or follow-up audit will be declared by the audit team, and mutual consensus and mutual agreement will be done verbally, at least at the time of the closing meeting, and it will be agreed upon by the top management. And you will observe that top management will give instructions to his focal team and other process owners. We should complete this all and we should call them immediately. So we should interrupt, not immediately, sir. You first settle down, close the particular non-conformity on paper, then implement it, take the corrective action. If needed, change the correction or corrective action, then change your necessary documentation as far as legal and risk document is concerned, and then call us, give us a time of 1 month after your closure and establishment of the existing system into the compliance of the whatever findings are there. Then we will come and have a follow-up audit. And then unresolved, if at all issues are there, of any concerns are there from any other auditee, certainly they should be given a chance to ask us the questions, and normally the team leader or the concerned auditor who has taken the audit of particular department related to the query, we should answer. And still, if any clarifications are required, if they ask other than the audit findings and all that, we are free to give, but no suggestions after this, whatever is being told. As soon as it is there, certainly if required, in this way, we can talk to our focal person that we have given you the invoice and all that. Certainly make sure that it is being done. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen. And thanks for their valuable time and their presence, and congratulate and giving them the best of luck that please implement all these things rigorously, and certainly your business profitability should improve, your customers should improve, and along with that, your brand image should also improve. So best of luck, good luck, good time. Over to Sam, please.
No, sir, you have covered all of that. So I believe we can move to the next slide, please.
Yes. Sorry, I had explained too much. I'm so sorry, but what to do?
No, it has to be done. No. So this is just a closing slide for that, mainly showing completing the audit factors. So all the activities which we have prescribed or which we have defined as per our audit plan, when those are completed, so it will be considered as a completion of the audit program or completion of audit. So when we do the audit, there will be some documents generated related to the audit findings or whatever samples we have collected. So those documents has to be dealt very carefully. So most of the companies, they have their audit program procedure or conducting internal audit procedure. So document or the samples that have been collected by the audit team should be dealt according to their internal audit procedure or applicable statutory and regulatory requirements or contractual requirement. Why we are mentioning here contractual requirement? Basically, let's suppose that you being hired as a internal auditor by a company to do their internal audit, and you gain those access to those documents, those records or company information. So you have to hand them over as per the contractual requirements. And the last point is talking about the disclosure of the contents of audit report. So in case we have to, it's mostly applicable in case of the certification bodies or third parties. In case we need to disclose those audit reports, at least we should notify the concerned client for which the audit report is before sharing such information with any of the stakeholders or any of the interested parties or external regulatory bodies. So we can move to the next slide. So, Ms. Ajay, you want to explain this one, the audit report itself?
Yes, already we have covered most of the things. See, in our audit plan, we have already given most of the information, and according to that, the audit report has to be prepared. So for preparing the audit report, we should put in front of us the audit plan, what we have circulated and given to the auditee, and at the same time, the standard. And whatever our checklist we have taken and whatever the notes we have taken. So considering all these things, audit report preparation is being done. Why? To ensure that whatever is being conducted, either document review or implementation audit or site audit or the remote audit, whatever discussion was done, whatever observations we have done, physically, man to man or on the site, etc., these are to be captured somewhere in a particular document so that it becomes a lifetime property of the organization to improve upon. So that is what is the audit team leader has to ensure its preparation, and he is responsible for getting it done from the different audit team members and concile it, summarize it, and make it presentable in such a way that auditor understand it in the simplest language. That is why the audit report should be clear, concise, accurate, specific, and clear, so that everybody can understand and implement the things, whatever is being stated. Normally, you might have observed the audit reports given by the certifying bodies are too much lengthy, and nobody reads that. So normally, we should make our audit report in such a way that the audit team, whosoever has been faced the audit, they should read the audit report, not only the non-conformity, and they should understand that what we have written, what we have observed, and how they have complied, and we should support them in that way. And this way, this will certainly enable the certification process to certify by the certifying body. So in the audit report, what will come? Name and address of the organization, contact number of the MR, his name, his designation other than his MR responsibility, then the type of audit, whether it was surveillance audit, follow-up audit, certification audit, recertification audit, stage 1 audit, stage 2 audit, internal audit, etc. Then the audit criteria, again the related standard 9001 or 14 or asset management 27,000 or food safety, etc. Then audit objective, what was the audit objective being decided earlier, that has to be written. And the audit scope, certainly according to, if it is already certified, the audit scope is written. If it is already not certified, and what do you feel according to the business scope which is being approved by the government, whether the scope is being approved by the audit team, so that scope can be written. Then the audit team members, lead members, their accompanying persons, their name, their details, etc., can be given, and only contact details of the team leader or the organization contact number, email address can also be given over there. The dates and place of the audit, where the date was audit. The audit plan should also be attached after the audit report. Then audit findings, evidences, and conclusions. And if possible, in the closing meeting, we forgot, I think, to discuss. In the audit, in the closing meeting, we should discuss with the top management or the authorities, responsible authorities, that when you are going to close particular non-conformities, just a verbal acclamation, so that it can be given. So we will have an idea. So audit findings, evidences, and conclusions should be written, and any unresolved issues, opportunity for improvement, NCR, all these reports should accompany along with the audit report with reference to that. And also at the last of the audit report, if possible, we should give a chart that which are the clauses, which were the documents we have reviewed, which were where the non-conformity is being identified, where not identified, and which are the areas of concern, which are the observations areas of which particular clause, which are the opportunities for improvement, so that the auditee will get the idea that in future we can get more non-conformity in this particular thing, or this is the major area we have to attack and all that. This is all from my side, Mr. Sam.
Sir, thankfully, it's all covered. Okay, we can move to the next slide.
Audit report, approving and distribution. Audit report, already I think we have discussed.
We'll move to the next one. Yeah, we'll move to. Can you please go to the next slide? It's all covered in the last slide. Covered. So this slide is basically for the follow-up actions. As we said earlier, when we complete the activities of as per our audit plan, audit will be completed. Now, based on the outcome of the audit, maybe some non-conformance has been raised, minor or major. So the actions related to those minor or major non-conformance will be considered as a follow-up action. When there is a minor non-conformance, normally what happens, the auditee, they prepare the correction or corrective action plan and share with the auditor, lead auditor who conduct the audit. And then if the auditor agrees on those corrective and correction plans, so that can be verified in the follow-up audits, maybe next year, maybe after 6 months as per the program of the audit. But when it comes to the major non-conformances, in that case, there will be a re-audit, obviously, between after the agreement between the auditee and the auditors, and as per the norms of the certification body, if it's an external audit. So all actions related to the in relation to the identified non-conformances, whether it's major or minor, that will be considered as the follow-up action. Our audit will be considered complete at the stage of closing meeting, and the audit report normally shared after the audit. It's not required or necessary to submit the audit report before or within the closing meeting. So it's a normal practice. You inform the outcomes of the audit, you share the details of the non-conformances in the closing meeting, and as per agreed time between the auditee and auditor, you will share with them the audit report. So our follow-up actions are related to the action that will be taken in relation to the identified non-conformities. Mr. Ajay, if you would like to add anything. Okay. So can we go to the next slide? And here we have ended our training.
Oh, that's a thank you slide. Okay.
Yeah, this is thanking. This is sum up and reflections. If you guys have any questions, other than that, what we have discussed during the training.
More than the question, somebody wrote, I think Jose or somebody wrote, I could see enormous passion, commitment to transfer knowledge. I must really, no words to appreciate, because I think we are not paying anything to you, but you have, as though like a mission, you have done an excellent job, thoroughly, and took all the efforts to give the best of the knowledge in a short time. No words can really, fully describe what you have contributed today. I think Jose wrote it sometime before someone wrote that already. Yeah, it was like there was no superficiality. You took it, you did all that very deeply. I've never seen such a. This is the first time I'm having this kind of a commitment to what people do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm putting a message there in the chat. Now, as we agreed that we will be sharing your certificates, to process your certificates, we'll be needing your name, mobile number, email address, and company name, right? And the last one, training reference, already put there. And you can send these details on the given emails. It's admin@w3solutions.com and contact@w3solutions.com.
Okay.
So sure. You can copy the message, last message that I put it there in the chat. And from my side and on behalf of our team, I would like to thank you all of you to finding out the time and joining us for this session and making this experience really wonderful.
It was an amazing amazing training. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
And I will request again to everyone now, Ms. Mamta, if you can stop sharing the slides so we can try to take another
fortunately.
of the meeting by opening
I don't know
our.
how many are there. At least in the end, there'll be a lot of people now coming in.
Should be. Okay.
I just want to put on the. Okay.
So I believe if everyone can now turn on the cameras. I'm just seeing until now 10 plus cameras, which is on. Rest of it still not on. Other people are available or would like to open their webcam so that we can take a photograph. So I'll take the photograph now, 1, 2, and 3. So again, thank you so much for all of you. And Mr. Ajay and Mr. Syed, if you like to add some closing remarks, please.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Thank you.
We'll be expecting the emails. Mr. Ajay, your closing remarks, please. The floor is yours.
Okay. After the closing meeting is over, now I'm closing this training session in such a way.
That's lovely.
In such a way that we take a oath. We take a oath as a catalyst participated in today's training that we will contribute 1% more for the profitability of my organization every day. So every month, 1% profit should improve of my organization because of ISO. And always Mr. Shahid is there, our team is there. So certainly we are there to help to improve the profitability of all the organizations worldwide. We are open, frank. And Mr. Shahid, I would like to request you, you already shared email address and all that to share the certificate. If possible, whatever the training feedback they will be giving, I would like to request all participants to write at least one paragraph of maximum 10 lines that what they have learned and what more they want to learn. What they have learned and what more they want to learn.
Yeah.
Contact is there, admin is there. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that. As I told you already, it has been a fantastic performance from all of you. Very committed, highly involved, deep, thorough. The number of slides you kept, my God. And you spent as much as possible. You squeezed the best out of the time and still elaborated, gave a lot of examples and all this. And, as a feedback, if I just quickly want to give you this, as a thought, come off the hat, I'm just saying, for example, there are some subtler terminologies you could have spent time to explain, like conformity. I'm just giving an example. Correction, corrective action. Maybe, like you thought people might know that. So that's one. Second is, just a feedback, just to add value. It is not diminishing your contribution.
Surely.
No way it can diminish it. The second area I thought was like live examples in each case. For example, a comment you give like this, but that's not the way your comment should be. Like a live example in each case will add further spice to the presentation. That's a small feedback. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good day.
God
Bye.
bless all of us.
Bye to all.
God bless you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you so much.